Hello and welcome back to Pact of the GM. We are live once again with episode 17, returning after obviously a wonderful game of football where we, a collection of unlovable misfits who have all sworn their souls to the GM, play a little bit of D&D. Now, we are actually down 2 players this week. We're missing Keth, unfortunately. She has unavoidable plans. We hate her for it, but we'll move on without it. And we are also missing the wonderful Travis Willingham. Now, we were hoping to have him this week. We believe he'd even made it to Heathrow Airport. But unfortunately, we believe he got lost at the airport after being confused by all the calls of it's coming home. He believes his home's in the US, however, we can neither confirm nor deny that. Still, we hope to find him soon, and when we can find him, he'll obviously join us for D&D. But in the meantime, we'll jump back in exactly where we left off last week. And to remind us where that point was, Jake, I believe, is doing the summary this week.
You are correct indeed. So last week, we didn't really do a lot of action, but there was certainly a lot of role play. Mostly trying to figure out or understand this weird collection of noble kobolds that we came across. The Anjakovins, I think they're called. Anyway, so we went in there and we had an audience with the Lord Anjakovin, Darek. And after basically explaining our situation and what we wanted to do and meeting all three of his wonderful daughters, we had dinner and such and discussed basically having a look in their vaults and their archives and everything. We had dinner, we went to bed. There may or may not have been some wooing on the part of Geronimo towards one of the daughters. And I believe Brannon went down into the archives to have a little look at night, almost got caught, but then pretended to be one of the other daughters. So that he wasn't caught, which was great. The next day, we went off for a hunt, which was basically at the request of Darek because he wanted to get to know us better, I think, and also sort of indulge him a little. And we go out there, and as we go looking for some more bounders, we come across a crystal, which when Baron touches it, it glows sort of this purplish color, and some more bounders attack. And after a pretty, I don't know, it was quite a devastating fight on our part. We ended up killing them. And I think we rolled quite a few like nat ones, and it was actually the men at art, the not the kobold, the what's his face, the taller guy. What are they called? Furbolg. That's it. The Furbolg retainer, who actually dealt the blow to the last Moorbounder and thus ending the fight. And I think we were just discussing where we would send the Moorbounders and what we would do with them when the session was called to a close.
Yeah, a pretty succinct summary and absolutely correct. We didn't do a huge amount of action, so there was a lot more roleplay and interaction there, which obviously we as a group are big fans of. So, we're going to keep doing more of that. But we did let off exactly at that point. So we are currently standing in the hills on the island of Langland, not too far from the great Gothic mansion from which the Anjakovins call their home. Having just, not necessarily completed, but endeavoured on a hunt with the Lord Anjakovin and his Furbolg retainer, during which he said he would direct you also to some sites and locations, particularly tied to the cultist sightings that you had discussed at dinner previously. And so we are currently standing at the base of a small gorge. It was probably the best term for it, where some very gently streaming water runs slowly down the hills out towards the sea, which you can see off in the distance. Around you, the virulent kind of growth of trees and plant life and bushes is quite apparent. This island seems to have a great deal of natural beauty and life to it, but obviously sitting in the middle of it next to the now butchered corpses of the Moorbounders, which were harvested for some trophies by Baron, there is this odd stone totem which continues to glow and illuminate and pulsate with this strange oppressive energy that Baron had finished interacting with. And we jump back to you guys, whilst Lord Darek and the Furbolg above chatter excitedly and move kind of together to gather their things.
So I think with the Moorbounders being dealt with and now kind of being put to the side by the Lord and the Furbolg, Baron will turn back around, looking a little bit worn out and beat up, but he's going to proceed to place his hand back onto the stone, like he did before they approached.
Okay. Returning your hand to the stone, you feel that same sharing of your consciousness. It is not the kind of piercing attack or suppression of something trying to break into your mind, but rather that there is almost like a bond or a link created between you and something else for a moment. Though as you do so, and the light across this stonework and these runes begin to glow more intently with that purple energy, you hear certainly no voices. Whatever you've connected to is not immediately saying anything to you.
Yeah, and similar. Karen,
No, you go.
similar to how he did the first time, Baron's going to try and kind of think in his mind to try and communicate with whatever is on the other side. Are you still there?
The lodestone is never disconnected.
And it's glowing. Is that something you've done?
Voices in the sea, sounds in the ocean. They are ripples. Listeners hear them. Hearers listen and sense. Lodestones can always sense the pressure, always active.
And can anyone else hear us?
None other connected by the lodestone.
I spoke with one of your followers, I believe. They were asking something about a wheel. It's a bit vague, but I think that's what they were talking about. What does that mean?
Ever turning, ever spinning, wheel was shattered only to be renewed.
And is there any time I will have the chance to actually see it?
Never visible to the likes of you, not visible.
And when I was underwater, will I return back there anytime?
Servants of the deep, summoned to the underwater lair. Long journey, hard journey, not necessarily one would make again.
So what is it you exactly want from me?
You are the one who communes via the lodestone. It is you asking of me. As a listener, you are at random, not chosen, but chosen.
Right. So it's just a chance that I have this anchor stuck in me.
No chance, but not chosen.
Yeah, and with that he's gonna probably take his hand away from it again.
As you do so, once more, the light around the crystal would dim, still quite obviously active, but seeming more inert than it had been a moment ago when Baron had been touching it. This conversation wasn't instantaneous. This isn't something that occurs in the split second between you touching it and letting it go. There is that kind of sizable couple of minutes, whilst Baron has his hand on the stone, in which you guys are kind of left with kind of Baron in this strange staring contest with the rock.
Jerome is going to look towards Baron and kind of eye him up and down. I don't think now's the best time to take a nap, Smallsy. We got some other stuff to do. I mean, it's a nice rock and all, but
I don't think he's napping.
he ain't napping. Why his eyes closed?
I'm back.
I mean,
Sorry, there's a motorbike outside my house.
The furball has a very hungry stomach.
It's all very confusing. I don't quite understand what it. I don't even know if it wants anything from me. It's kind of shakes its head.
the bloody rock?
No, what's on the other side?
I don't see anything on the other side of this rock. What do you mean?
I don't think you're meant to see it.
Durgus would go up and sort of tap on the rock, seeing if maybe there's like a chamber or something on the other side, something inside of it.
No, tapping on the rock would seemingly suggest that it is just a solid piece of stone. Though, as you do touch it, there are kind of every time you knock on it, there's this brief moment where you feel this other presence seemingly connected to your mind.
And he sort of pulls his hand away, peers towards. I still don't fucking. Is it Brannon or Baron? I hate the fact. Baron
Hat is Baron. I mean, Hat is
okay.
Brannon.
Oh, see, I remember
Even you
names
got confused.
with
Yeah, I
B,
did.
Yeah. Yeah, and he sort of peers towards Baron and say, "Hey, well, it seems you got a case of I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know. I mean, it sort of fuses minds or something, when you touch it, some more strange magic things. But what's speaking to you, I don't really know. Hey, Brannon," he sort of gestures him over. "What speaks through rocks?"
That's a vague question at best. I don't know. Do you know what it looks like, Baron?
I think it was what I saw underwater, but I'm unsure. It's very vague.
Well, did it give you a name?
No name. Maybe
It's not, the ULKROCY, whatever,
Okiro?
You know the one I mean.
Oh, yeah. That one. Hey, Patsy, you able to check and see if there's any any kind of magic coming off this thing? I don't know if you got any power left to check, but I heard stories of this guy a long time ago who used to be able to do it for free.
Can't believe you just used the word for free.
Free.
Patsy?
Well, assuming Brannon wasn't going to do anything, Durgus would try to look the rock over to see what sort of type of rock it was and if it was anything specifically special about it. I'm going to use my what's it called? It's like stone knowledge thing I get from being a dwarf. Where is it? Stone cunning. There we go. Where it means I get advantage on history checks.
Okay, you can make an advantage check with history. And a history check with advantage. Let me get those the right way around.
There we go.
An advantage check with history.
Oh boy, I know everything about this fucking thing. Shit.
Wait, no, you don't get advantage.
No, do I not?
No, you get double your proficiency.
Oh.
But that's fine, because your proficiency is... Do you have a +1 to your intelligence?
It's just, wait, fuck. For
Oh,
saving
no,
throws.
sorry, you have a -1 to... So you have a -1 to your intelligence, which takes it down to a 13, but you are considered proficient and you get double proficiency. So your
it's
current
plus
proficiency is
4.
+4 to the 13, so that's actually a 17.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. With a 17, the stone looks old. It's worn, it's weathered. It's definitely been cut in this very simple small obelisk shape. And there was clearly once quite sharp edges on it. However, they are virtually now completely rounded. It is only because of your kind of affinity to the stone that you really have any awareness that this was once actually a kind of fairly sharp, regimented shape.
Yeah.
And so clearly it's been standing here a long time. Additionally, at the base of it, you can see where the lichens and the life has kind of grown up over it, due to it being in close proximity with water. However, that doesn't go particularly high, suggesting that this hasn't been regularly flooded, or doesn't necessarily get submerged very often. And so, based on that, has probably sat in this spot, mostly protected from the elements, given its location surrounded kind of on three sides by this gorge, for a very, very, very long time. With that in mind, and the amount of weathering, this thing is ancient. The stone itself is very dark, doesn't appear to be naturally occurring looking at the rock around you, at least in this location. But given how solidly it's set into the ground, when they moved it here, it was built with the intention of it staying here.
Hey, well, it's old. I mean, sort of worn around the edges. It's a bit sharper, and I don't think it, gets submerged very often. But that's about that. I mean, the rock itself isn't exactly special. So, I don't know who made it, but wasn't dragged here from miles away.
I think if one of you is willing, it might be worth you trying to communicate through it, see if you can hear anything on the other side.
And even before Baron finished the sentence, Durgus was already placing his hand against it.
Geronimo will also join him and touch the rock.
Mm-hmm. So just you two?
Yeah.
Okay. Remind me of the languages you both speak.
Gnomish, Common, and Giant.
Okay, and Durgus?
I don't have. Give me a second.
Front page of the character sheet on the right.
Draconic, Dwarvish, Gnomish, Goblin, and Halfling.
I added Draconic because you didn't, and it's part of your class. Thank you for having that.
Ooh, no.
Okay. As you do so, you both feel that strange connection of the minds. The best way I could describe it is that feeling of like knowing someone is standing very close to you and can hear you when you talk and see what you're doing, but you can't see them. That kind of feeling is the sense you get at the back of your mind. Something can see what you're thinking, but it's connected via you touching it. You could probably disconnect this at any time. As you do so, there is silence for a moment in your minds, and then very, very faintly, you hear this strange, gurgling, bubbling whisper. You have no idea what this sound means. It's not recognizable as any language that you've heard, read, seen, or anything like that, and it bubbles and roils in the back of your mind for perhaps 5 to 10 seconds, and then goes silent, as if waiting.
Hello there.
I assume you're thinking this?
Yeah.
As you think this, Geronimo, you also hear this in your own mind, though in response to the hello there is no more sound.
Would Geronimo hear this?
Yeah, you'd hear it in the voice of Durgus. He obviously doesn't speak out loud, but you can hear his voice in your head.
Okay, inside Geronimo's head, they would also speak. Hey, it's me, Geronimo.
That was cringy, and I never want that to happen again.
No,
I'd love to think that's his thinking voice.
That's what I was thinking.
You keep going, but I hate it.
What's going on, Big Z, Captain?
Geronimo, I don't mean to alarm you, but it seems you've been possessed by some strange being.
What do you mean? This is how I always sound in my head.
I'd see the doctor or something. There's clearly something wrong. You sound like you ate a face full of gravel. But that's still, do you hear any sort of ancient gods or anything?
I don't hear anything. It sounds very strange.
Give me a second. Someone's banging at my door. I'm sorry.
I hate this so much.
So do I.
I'm kind of loving it.
I hate it.
Yeah, I love it.
I hate it,
cursed.
but I'm also confused by this metaphor of you sound like someone that's ate a face full of dirt, a face full of gravel.
I don't know. I'm trying not to be insulted by Jensen right now.
I just don't understand. I just don't understand the remark.
Sorry, I'm back. They literally just spammed my door to yell it's coming home.
Oh, nice.
I mean, to be fair, it is coming home. But back to the D&D.
Why don't you try channeling something? No, let me try channeling something. And Geronimo is going to try and channel some sort of, I don't know, his artificer magic to see if he can connect further.
What is that mechanically that you want to do?
I don't know. He's just trying to summon. He's going to reach for his Tinker's tools and grasp it. And I don't think, let me think. Do I have to, what would I do? Actually, I need to double check I even have spell slots left. I do have one.
Okay.
Can I expend a spell slot as a way to try and connect with the stone, like a sort of like a magically?
Okay. Yes. Kind of pouring some magic into the stone. Okay, yeah, I'd allow that. Okay.
Cool.
So,
yeah, no, he's going to do that.
Okay, so you take the time, kind of grasp your Tinkerer's tools, and sense the kind of raw power that you've learned to translate and hone during your time as an engineer. Working that through you and into the stone, treating it almost as a conduit for that energy, you would all notice as the stone illuminates far brighter, growing in intensity far beyond what it had been when being touched by the Baron or the gnome and the dwarf. As this happens, Durgus, for your part, you feel the stone become warmer under your hand. Not hot, it doesn't burn you or anything like that, but you feel it heat up as if it's growing with some kind of energy. Geronimo, for your part, it makes you feel a little bit colder, as if that energy is being drained out of you. It's not sucking out your life energy, you don't feel yourself, suddenly feeling weak and pathetic, but whatever magic you just summoned and created was taken very greedily away from you and now seems to be just held in the stone. But there's no further communion in any way.
Okay. Geronimo kind of grunts in his mind. Ugh. Well, I tried to channel something in, but nothing seemed to work. How disappointing. I'm rather saddened by this.
Hey, well, it just got warm for me. I don't know if that was part of it.
Oh, it got cold for me, and gnomes don't like the cold.
Right. Well, if you're into hearing anything, maybe it's just talking to, Brannon. I got to check. Fucking Baron.
Don't you mean Smallsy?
Stop talking in that voice. It's kind of confused. Despite the point, and he sort of doesn't take his hand off, but with his spare hand, he gestures over towards Baron to come on over. And he sort of gestures for him to place the hand on the stone to see if maybe, if these two could think and hear each other, then maybe they could also hear when Baron was having a conversation with this thing.
Would Durgus be thinking this?
I said he'd do the action, but I don't know how,
Okay, never mind.
We're going to get into, the fucking maths of thoughts and shit. As to, what is transmitted, over verbally. It's fine.
Don't worry.
Okay, yeah, he's waving Baron over and gesturing at the stone.
Yeah.
I'm curious that Baron cunt can come over here and start talking something.
Okay.
Yeah, the Baron would walk back up to the stone, placing his hand against it again.
Alright, as you do so, Baron, the stone is definitely warmer than the last time you touched it. It feels like it's got a heat, a power to it that it didn't have before. As you place your hand on there, any thoughts that obviously Geronimo, yourself, or Durgus have is shared between you in your mind's eye. And you feel that same connection as before, though you don't hear any voices.
Do you hear anything, Smallsy?
Who's that? Is that Geronimo?
Yeah, it's me, Geronimo. I can't believe you don't recognize me. I sound exactly the same.
Right. I'm okay. You can kind of see as Baron's thinking to himself, his face is souring a bit.
I just imagine Brannon and Natara just on the outside, just looking at these guys, kind of just randomly frowning, randomly now and then, just kind of like, just sort of like deep in thought. It's quite funny.
But yeah, Baron's gonna say, "Are you still there?"
There is a long pause, one far longer than before eventually for Durgus and Geronimo, very briefly, that strange gurgling whispering returns. And obviously it is still indecipherable. However, for Baron, you understand it as, "This is not a parlor trick to entertain your friends."
No, and that's not why I asked them to touch the stone. It was to see if they could hear you as well.
Only ripples. Only ripples.
And, well, they can't understand you, I'm assuming. And he'd kind of look towards the both of them.
No, we can't understand a thing. You're talking to some sort of gurgling sound.
Do you actually understand that? Or is it just, he's trying to interpret it?
No, I can hear it. It's clear, but it doesn't make sense.
Can you ask it to speak our language?
Can you speak another language? Or something they'd understand, or...
Can you even speak when you sleep?
No.
Then do not demand of me that I do so.
It's not going to speak to you two.
Not rude of it. Look, if it's some strange, bloody, I don't know, God, see, whatever thing, if you could just talk to it in the future, I mean, as long as it won't be sending Krakens to kill us or anything, I'm not particularly fussed.
Well, geez, that's real disappointing. But Smallsy, why don't you ask it if it knows where the sites are around? Now that you've got a connection, surely we could use it to deal with these silly people.
Well, I've asked it whether it is asking the cultists to do this beforehand, and it seems that they don't understand it as clear as I do, or perhaps they're having messages blurred. And then he'd kind of direct his attention back towards the voice. Is there any way we can find other sites similar to this?
There will be a long pause before the voice returned. "Never built with my own hands. Feel the connection. Do not see it. Do not see it."
And if you can't see it, where actually are you?
Always sleeping, dreaming deeply.
And do you think we'll be able to stop the other ones trying to listen to you?
Impossible to stop all of them. Ripples in the water would need to silence the origin or eliminate all listeners. Some do not even realize they are listening.
So what you're saying is I'd have to stop you?
To stop all listening, yes.
Baron would kind of direct his attention away from the voice again towards his companions to stop the headsman and the cultists. It seems we're going to have to stop whatever this thing is on the other side.
But we do not know where it is, right?
Can you ask it?
It's said it's always sleeping.
Well, that's not clear talking to you.
I think it's trying to make a point. I'm not sure whether it's a physical being or... It's all very confusing.
Could you
I
ask it,
got-
Smalls?
I was gonna ask, say you're gonna send it a gift or something, so you just gotta give you its address.
I don't think that's how this works.
Smallsy, why don't you ask it where the headsman has gone? That rascal, Argo Blin.
Do you know where Argo Blin has gone?
Leads the listening, but no listener itself.
Right.
What did it say? It sounded like an upset tummy to me.
It says he's leading the listening. That's apparently few people like myself can understand it, and I'm assuming he's one of them. I don't know whether this thing is giving them commands on, doing what they're doing, but whatever it is, Argo's likely manipulating it for his own gain.
That makes sense. Maybe we should, head out from here. Yeah, this is kind of creepy.
I think that's probably for the best.
Yeah, Jerome's going to take his hand off.
Yeah, and Baron would as well.
He kind of clears his throat. Oh, that was not enjoyable. I did not enjoy that. That felt very weird.
It's a little unnerving, to say the least. And I wasn't expecting you to sound like that.
It sound like what?
It doesn't matter.
Well, either way, maybe we shouldn't give the lordship any chance to just be waiting up on the top there. He's probably just waiting for us to do something. We're just messing around with this stone.
What is Lord Argus? Ugh, I can't pronounce his name. Andrew Coven, there we go. What is he doing at the moment?
Right now, you can hear him above, currently directing the Furbolg into the collection of some of his bits and pieces which were dropped. Things along the lines of, and then you take the box there and you move it over towards there. No, not that one. Pick it up and then put it back. It's just stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think Baron would look up towards Lord Andrikoven. Do you need any help? I think we're ready to move on. We've had a successful hunt. I'm not sure what your plans are.
I promised you I'd take you out towards one of the other sites. He lifts up his cane and gestures further up the hill slightly. So I assumed the plan was to head up there once we'd sorted out those. He taps the cane down towards the corpses of the moorbounders. Just marking the location and taking some notes so that we can send some drones out to collect them upon our return.
Right, well, if everyone else is ready, as soon as you've got those markings down, I'd say we move on.
That's fine for me.
Excellent. With that, he begins to, again, go into the direction of the Furbolg, Rudolphus, a little more intently. And unless there's anything else you guys want to do here, we can continue with the journey.
Nope.
Excellent.
Carry on.
So, the day has passed its apogee by this point. You have stopped for lunch just before the fight and lingered here for about an hour or so. So there's still a couple of hours left of the day. You continue up increasingly more desperate-looking dirt paths which take you further into the hills and closer towards Pike's Peak, which is the single kind of largest hill at the centre of this island. The route is meandering. There are many sections in which you perhaps consider that you might have better time if you're able to kind of cut cross-country, move between some brush, around some of the trees, or climb up some very short, if steep, inclines. However, with Rodolphus still struggling under this great weight of the kind of all the stuff that he was ordered to bring, and with the relatively slow pace of the Lord and Jacobin, you guys are forced to follow a more indirect route, which levers this way and that, passing by some very idyllic scenes that give you a beautiful view down across the land that belongs to this kobold family. The air is sweet with those kind of springtime flowers. There are birds in the trees around, which you see darting around from time to time, including the tracks of animals on the ground, suggesting a great wealth of life here. As you go, the Lord Androcovin reminisces of old hunting stories. Most follow a similar pattern of arriving at a location, beaters going out and making plenty of racket, and shooting down whatever runs out of the trees. And he repeats a few of these stories, a few of them even you realise being actually the same story, just told again, either due to forgetfulness or just great pride in the matter. So that by the time the sun is beginning to set, and you are approaching just below the height of the top of Pike's Peak, he still has a great wealth more stories, though he is clearly hard of breathing, he is struggling with the journey you've made, and Rodolphus politely suggests perhaps camping before you reach the top of the peak. Doing so brings you to a small section of flatland, a plateau, kind of on the side of this hill, where Rodolphus immediately sets down all of his things, drenched in the sheen of sweat, and begins setting out a very basic couple of tents for his master and a kind of larger tent for you and Rodolphus. Whilst this happens, a campfire is put together and you are all able to kind of gather around for a fairly early night's rest. Is there anything you guys want to do at camp? Anywhere perhaps you want to push on to?
What would be around this area? Like, is it sort of like, I'm guessing we're on kind of the top of, like, well, halfway up a hill. What would we see? Like, is it sort of
So immediately around you there is kind of low shrubs, a lot of scrub, and things that cling very strongly to the side of the hill, doing their best to survive with this fairly heavy wind that continues to buffet the side of the hill. Further afield, up the hill, the ground becomes far more rocky and muddy, so that the peak, which is still in sight even at night, more as a silhouette, but you certainly could see it as you were approaching, is pretty much just this barren kind of hilltop, not a huge amount up there. And further down you go, you start to run into greater amounts of plant life. Groves of trees there, crops of them over there, some rock breaking up the life here and there, but for the most part you guys are on relatively open ground, this exposed above everything else, with this kind of stunning view all the way out across the island behind you, right the way down to where you can still just make out the sail of your ship.
Yeah, Jerome's going to go over towards Durgus, and the others and kind of go, wow, would you look at that view? Ain't that perfect? Pretty nice place to camp.
Yeah, it ain't bad. I mean, my legs aren't tired, but I could, certainly rest here for a bit. He says, clearly huffing and puffing a little.
Well, let's make camp and hang out here for a while.
Has anybody got any booze? Maybe make the time pass and the sleep come quicker?
I was going to say, with more banders around, we should probably still keep watch overnight.
As a response to the suggestion of booze, Darek Androcovin would tap his cane towards Rodolphus, who nods his head very, very slowly before reaching into one of the bags and pulling out a couple of corked bottles of wine. For us, the weary travellers and the great hunters, some wine from our own personal stores. Here, he offers one of the bottles towards you as a group, whilst Rodolphus pours out a small measure into a little mess tin.
Perfect. You're such a generous host, your lordship.
And if that's not enough, I've also got this, and Brandon will pull out his flask of basically Navy rum that he stole from the ship.
The kobold nods his head graciously, as our host might, before taking the tin proffered to him by Rodolphus and taking a little sip. A new vintage, to be sure, but a fine one. One of the last produced by the newest batch of drones in service at the moment, but they're being moved to other work across the island.
Yeah, I gotta ask you something, your lordship. I know we've spoken about these drones, but ain't you a little bit I don't know, scared by the fact that they do a lot of your, I don't know, you're making your food, your gardening, your defenses.
Why would I be scared?
Well, you ain't got no control over them, right?
Not directly, in a sense. I can't turn around, snap my fingers, and be like, "Oh, drone, do that," and they will do it. There are mechanisms and rituals that we can conduct to project orders of such, but they take a little bit of time and some hard work, but they proved effective for the last hundreds of years, and we assume they will continue to be so. So the main concern for us is how to replace them when eventually the last few fall out of service.
May I ask what you do for the rituals? What sort of things it takes and such? If you don't mind me asking.
No, not at all. There's a site below the house where we believe they were originally constructed. It was probably a workshop of some sorts, though the parts and bits and pieces have been long since removed, where there is a magical focus. It takes a little Jacovan blood. It takes a great deal of chanting, some sigils on the ground, and the channeling of time and effort into this focus, which sends, as we understand it, a projection out across the island, kind of like a signal. And the drones all receive the signal, they absorb the new orders, and they carry them out to the best of their ability. We tend not to do it whenever possible, at least with large orders over a great sweeping area. That's when there's the greatest risk of some of them getting it wrong. But small, localized, targeted effects are fairly simple and don't require much at all. Why, the last time we had to do it was... Rodolphus, when did we bring in the winter breeze? The Furbolg pauses for a moment. That would be 2 months ago now, my lord. Derek nods his head. 2 months ago, we sent out one for a particular set of drones out on the western side of the island, where we have some foraging ground for winter breeze, and we had them bring them in. And the orders were essentially to bring in the winter breeze and then to proceed by protecting them during the spring and summer months by placing sheets and things over them.
No, I must say that sort of level of magical engineering that definitely piques my interest. If you don't mind, when we get back, I'd love to be able to take a look. I don't know whether it's only certain people allowed down there, but I mean, heck, there may be a chance that I can figure out how these things were created in the first place.
You're welcome to take a look, but as I said, there's very little down there anymore. Just simply this magical focus, very similar to, well, you have a wizarding friend there, Brannon, was it?
Yes, that's
do you have a wizarding focus, I assume?
Yes, I do.
Yes, sorry.
No, carry on.
I was just simply going to mention it's essentially the same concept, just larger. I know from some of the wizards that have visited in the past, some of them have scepters, rods, wands, staffs, things like that. Similar to that, just a pillar under the ground, so we have one of those. The sigils, we just scratch in the dirt. We have a book that have some of them in, with basic instructions on what sigils to use depending on the orders. And there's a little bowl to put a couple of drops of kobold blood in. And beyond that, it's really not much more else down there. As I said, it was all removed. I believe there was a fire some years ago which devastated part of the building, and I believe that's why so much is missing down there.
Huh. Okay. Well, I maybe if I take a look at some of your scrapped drones, I can maybe figure something out. But Anyway, that's it's just an interest to me, you know, as an engineer, just like tinkering and seeing how things work. And I ain't seen anything like these drones, so I just thought if I can figure out, if anybody can figure out the secrets of it, it's probably me.
Of course, of course. You're welcome to take a look. But we are up here, of course, to try and locate some of those old sites you were talking about, the ones that you believe those cultists are tied to.
Yeah, indeed, that is exactly what we're up here to do.
Yes, there's one the other side of the peak, not too far from here. If tomorrow morning we get an early start, we can clamber up and over, take a look around, and travel down to see what's there. It's something of a sinkhole with some doors set into it.
With a set of doors in it?
Yes, a pit with a doorway set into it. We believe that the pit perhaps once had stairs or a ladder or something like that, but whatever it was made out of either was destroyed or got worn away, because now they just sit at the bottom of this pit. I believe, based on my own lessons when I was younger, that it's been explored before by Androcovans in the past, but nothing really of interest was discovered, and so it's been kind of left alone. But it might be one of these sites that you were so interested in. At least it's the nearest to the homestead without us going further afield and extending our hunt.
Of course, and then is there another place around after that, or?
As I said, it's purely dependent on whether you wish to extend the hunt.
Well, of course, I don't want to. We would hate for your health to be impacted by our search. We could always come back another time.
Not at all. It's only been a day. This will be two. A couple of extra days shouldn't be too bad. But let's not extend ourselves to a grid search of our entire island, shall we?
No, that I don't think that'll be necessary. I don't think that they'll probably be here, but if we can pick up the trail and figure out where they're going to next, we can obviously get out of your hair as quickly as possible.
Of course.
And Jono at that is going to try and get some of that wine that was offered, or at least was going around.
Certainly there was a bottle to go between you as a party, so I'm sure you'd be able to get your hands on some, since no one else has suggested they're having any.
Yeah, well, Jono's going to take some, put it into a little kind of can glass, and take a sip and shut up for now.
Nice.
Brandon will take a little bit as well.
Well, Jono is going to cheers Brandon by tinking his tin cup into his.
As you do this, the kobold, or Derek, would also actually join you, smiling slightly before reaching down to a small wooden box that's sitting beside him. He picks it up, and as he does so, you hear this rattling sound inside of it, as if lots of small pieces are moving around, before placing it in front of him and flicking the lid open. Now, somewhat embarrassing of me to say, but have any of you played Liar's Dice before?
I don't think so.
Have we played Liar's Dice before? I'm fairly sure we have as a party.
We did in the session 0.
Oh, we did, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
We did. Geronimo's gonna nod and go, a little while ago. It's kind of hazy. Did we play Who Won? Somebody won. I think I remember.
I can't remember who won, but I remember we played it on the journey to Storia.
That's right.
I see. Well, it's a little habit of mine. I've got into playing with my daughters a couple of nights a week, and we would normally be playing this evening, but obviously they're not here. Do you think you could perhaps abide an old man's wishes and give us a game or two?
Of course.
I'd be happy to.
Grinning with this almost feral joy, the Furbolg would whip out a couple of small wooden cups that have seen plenty of use, as well as a set of 5 bone dice into each cup. How many people want to play Liar's Dice?
Everyone.
Everyone?
Fuck it, everyone's going in.
Everyone
I'm volunteering.
declared by Jake. Everyone should be playing Liar's Dice. So just to double check, do we have Jensen back? Because I know he AFK'd very briefly.
I don't think he's back.
That's fine. We will. In fact, what we could do actually is we could take our break now a little bit early, and then come back and play our game, and then hopefully Jensen will be back by then. Okay. In which case, we will take our break now. We will come back for some Liar's Dice with the kobold up on the hill, and we'll see everyone in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Cool. Nice.
Okay. See you in a bit. And we are back, having had our break. We've gone and gathered some drinks, gathered some toilet time, and we are ready. So we just remind us we are all sitting back on the hillside near the top of Pike's Peak on the island of Langland. The fire is crackling in front of our heroes, throwing up those beautiful sparking embers which illuminate like little fireflies. Lord Darek Jakovan has just gathered out what looks like a fairly aged and well-loved gaming set, inside of which there is a number of dice and some cups, and the party are settling down to play some liar's dice for a bit of fun. The cups are passed out, and you would each find within those cups 5 dice for each of you. Just to double check, everyone's playing, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Then we will run this traditionally as we always do. In the one time we've done this before, with you guys rolling privately to GM, and obviously I will then narrate what the result is at the end as you guys make your bids. Because the Lord Darek is taking part, what I am going to do is I am going to roll a dice for him. I have a table for NPCs taking part, and basically the table dictates how well he does in a hand. So basically it's like, you know, does he completely screw up? Does he do whatever? And based on what he does, I will bid for him.
Okay.
So obviously, I will have the foreknowledge of what you guys have rolled. I will know what you've rolled, which defeats the purpose of Liar's Dice. But actually, what he does is totally random. So it should still keep that element of actual competition in there, okay? Mm-hmm. Okay, so the dice cups are handed out. You guys are sitting around. There is a rattling as you all begin to shake your dice, and I would like each of you to roll privately to me 5d6, and I will obviously roll my d20 for the Lord Darek first, and then I'll roll his 5d6 as well.
Do it for England.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then this one. Okay. So, you should all be able to see your dice rolls, correct?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so, just to remind you all, there are 25 dice out there between everyone playing. And the Lord Darek will sit back first, seeing as he owned the dice set, he clearly assumes that he will be taking the first bid. He will be looking at his dice for a moment, before chewing his kind of bottom lip and going, we start out low, 2 1s. And let's move down the players as they appear in Foundry. So Gavin next, then Jake, Jared, Jensen. Okay, so Brandon would be next in the circle.
So 2 2s.
I'm trying to actually remember the rules here.
Yes.
That's fine. I can go through the rules again. Just to briefly remind you, the rules are basically you are betting how many of a certain number have shown up on the dice. Obviously, you can only see your dice. You can't see the other 20 that are in play currently. And obviously, and basically how the bidding works is the multiplication of what you bid has to get higher each time. So the first bid was 2 1s, which is 2. And that's saying there's 2 dice in this whole thing with 1 on it. So obviously very simple. The next bid came from Brannon, which was 2 2s. So the total of that is 4, which means it's an acceptable bid. And he's bidding that there are 2 dice in all 25 that have the number 2 on them. So the next person who is Geronimo has to bid a number of dice that when multiplied is bigger than 4. So for example, if he were to say 3 5s, that would be 15. Which obviously is bigger than 4, so it's acceptable. And he is basically saying there must be 3 5s in all 25 dice.
Okay. Geronimo is going to have a peek at his and go, 4 3s.
I'm going to go 4 4s.
I don't think there's going to be 4 4s.
Okay, so as Baron calls that, everyone reveals their dice to show that in all the dice there's essentially an assortment of everything, but in the hands of Geronimo there is 1 4. In Durgus there are 2 4s, bringing us to 3. Baron has 1, which is 4. There is also a 5th one with Brannon, which is still within the bet. and so Baron has falsely called it, and the Lord Darek will hold out a hand to take one of the dice off of Baron, shaking his head slightly. 4 fours out of 5 of us. That was not a sensible bet to call out on. Sorry.
I'm still trying to remember how this game works.
Not to
Need
worry.
to hand over the dice.
We have a few more dice to go. And so we will now all roll again. The Baron, you will do 4 6s rather than 5. Everyone rolls again.
Oh, shit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Okay, so we start again with the Lord Darek, who takes a look at his dice very quickly, snaps it down, peers around for a moment, kind of fingers pressed over his lips. Let's start a little more aggressively this time. I reckon there's 5 5s.
I reckon there's at least 6 4s.
Is that...
That's
less,
not.
right?
That's less. Yeah.
7 4s then.
I don't think that there's 7 4s.
Immediately called out. Everyone reveals their dice, and across the dice, we have in the hands of Baron 0 4s. In the hands of Darek 1 4. For Durgus there are no 4s. For Geronimo there is 1 4, and for Branham there is 1 4. Only 3 4s. So there is a nod of the head from the Lord Andrikovan, who would proffer to take a dice off of Branham. I started aggressively and you fell for the ploy. I don't even think there's enough 5s there, he says, looking over the dice, and there's not.
Brennan just kind of shakes his head.
Geronimo's going to pat him on the back.
Okay, so he takes a dice, we roll again. So again, 4 on Baron, 4 on Branham. As everyone needs to roll again, please. And we'll pick up our speed nice and quick. Okay, the Lord Andrikovan looks at his dice, pauses for a moment. Let's be a little more conservative. That trick probably only works once. 2 4s.
I'm going to be more strong and go with 4 6s.
Yeah, okay. 4 6s. That I gotta use the maths, which I'm really good at because I'm an engineer.
24 is the total of that one.
Yeah, that's 24. I'm going to say 5 5s.
You want to?
And I'll go for 5 6s.
I don't think there's 5 6s.
There is a call, and so the dice are revealed. Checking everybody. The dice will come up, and there are in fact 6 6s available. 2 for Durgus, 2 for Brannan, 1 for Darek, and let me just do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 for Baron as well. So there are 6 6s on display, meaning that Brannan loses another dice. He now only has 3 6-sided dice. As another round is rolled, and I've realised I can actually play this fairly as well, because I can just not click on your dice rolls, and then therefore I never see them. So if I only open them when someone calls, I can actually just basically play.
No, Alex, we want you disadvantaged.
No, I mean I can't see the dice rolls, so I'm basically playing along with you guys, which is quite nice. I don't normally get to be able to do this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are we missing someone? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I just want to double check. Okay. There's a pause as the Lord Andrikovan checks his dice once more before he thinks about it for a second and goes, I reckon there's at least 4 6s.
I reckon there's at least 8 4s. 8 4s.
I don't think there's going to be 8 4s.
Barely getting out of the second round of betting, and we see in Geronimo's hands 3 4s, in Durgis's nuns, in Brannan's we see 1, which takes us to 4, in Baron we see 1, which is 5, And in the Lord Androcovin, there is 1, bringing us to 6 fours. I believe you said 8 fours?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you are 2 fours short, I'm afraid. It was close. It was close, but Brannon is not good at his bidding, and so finds himself losing another dice and is down to 2 now, as we enter the next round of our Liar's Dice tournament. And roll away, please. Okay, everyone having rolled and seen their dice, there's a pause. Lord Androcovin frowns slightly at his dice, clearly not particularly happy with what he's seeing. I go 2 2s.
I'll go 3 4s.
I'm gonna go with 3 6s.
And I'm gonna go for 6 4s.
I don't think there's 6 4s.
Ooh. Another call from Brannon there. Okay, I'm looking at these dice. So we have in the hands of the Lord Androcovin 1 4. Brannon is showing double 4, which is 3. Baron has another 4, which is 4. Geronimo doesn't have any, but Durgus has 3, which brings him to brings him to 7 4s, which is within the bet. And so, Brannon, your penultimate dice is taken from you. No. You are now down to 1d6. As we go into another round of bidding. So everyone roll again, please. 1d6 on Brannon, 4 on Baron, and 5 for the remaining 3 players. Okay. Another pause as Lord Androcovin looks at his dice before nodding his head and saying, 5 1s.
3 4s.
3 6s.
Yeah, 5 4s.
Baron?
I'm going to say 5 3s.
That would be less, and so the Lord Androcovin shakes his head. I'm sorry, Baron, your total bid needs to be higher than 20. 5 4s is 20. 5 3s would be 15.
Oh, yes, of course. 7 3s? 8?
7 3s?
No. 9 3s.
No,
Let's
7,
go with
9? We're going to call out the 9 3s then, if that's the one you're settling on. He calls it out, and all the dice are revealed. Ooh. In the hands of Lord Darrick, there are no 3s. Brannon shows only a 4. Baron has 2 3s. Durgus has 1 3. And Geronimo has no 3s, so that's only 3 3s. And so, unfortunately, a dice is taken off of you, Baron.
Oh my god.
Not to worry.
I thought that was like a galaxy brain move for a second.
I mean, I think it was up until he went like 7. Wait, no, 8. Wait, no, 9.
It seems that our big friend don't know how to count properly. And I say this as an engineer.
Well, neither does your tall friend, who's only got 1 as well. Still, let's play again. We go for another round, so...
Don't you mean our half friend? The hats, he's got only 1. I'm fairly sure the captain's still got all of his.
That's true.
Says as he rolls.
It's all about numbers, you know. It's 2.
Okay, with everyone having rolled, the rattling of dice continues. Rodolphus is currently looking on with some interest. Comes to Lord Androcovin, who spies his dice and gives a little smirk at them. 4 3s. Let's start off with a mid-bet.
Let's go 3 6s.
Oh, 3 6s. 4 5s.
Hey, let's go for 6 4s.
Let's go for 4 6s.
You can't say the same number. Baron.
That would be the same number, which isn't a legal bet. However, you are welcome to call out the... Was it 4 6s? You're
4
welcome.
6s.
You're welcome to call that out if you choose, or you can bid
6
higher.
4s, actually.
6 4s, my apologies. So you can call out the 6 4s, or you have to bid higher than 24.
I'll call the 6 4s.
Very well, and he'll show the dice, as does everyone else, I assume, to reveal in the hands of the Lord we have 1 4. In the hands of Baron we have no 4s. In the hands of Brannon there is only a 6. In Durgis's hands there are 2 4s, bringing us to 3, and Geronimo has 1, which is only 4 4s, and so Durgis, a dice is taken from you, as Baron successfully called you.
The GM politely tries to get Baron not to fucking make us stupid.
No, it's more just like we've practiced this once. Oh yeah, everyone can reroll, but like we've more practiced this once, and the game involves a lot of maths, and it's the end of the day, and some of you may be drunk, and so it's coming home, so you got to be drunk, and so I'm being gentle with the rules. Cool, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rolls. Perfect. I'll take a look at the ones. Okay, so the Lord Andrew Coven will look at his dice, pause for a moment and say, 4 2s.
No, what? 3 6s again.
I'm gonna say 4 5s.
Yeah, 4 6s.
Five 6s.
I don't think there's 5 6s.
Hey.
Oh, Brannon calls it first, opening the dice to reveal that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Durgus has 1 6. The Lord has none. Brannon has 1 6. Geronimo has none, and Baron has 1 6. There are only 3 6s, so Baron, you will lose another dice.
Yeah, I rolled 1 too many that time as well.
We'll just eliminate the last one at the end then, so you still would have had the 6.
Yeah, that's fine.
So you're down to 2 dice now, is that?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay, so just to remind us on how the game is going, Durgus is on 4 dice. The Lord is on 5. Geronimo is on 5. Brannon's on 1. Baron is on 2. And
Roll
so
again.
we'll roll again, yeah. We're getting towards a winner of sorts.
Oh shit, I rolled 5d6 last time, doesn't matter.
Again, I don't think it would have affected that one because I don't think, you didn't have any 6s anyway, so it doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're missing 1 more.
Mine just
Geronimo.
went in inside the beast.
No, it's Geronimo.
Oh, sorry.
I rolled, I think.
Oh, you did. Sorry, I opened the wrong dice. Whoops. Okay, I'll lose this one on purpose. No, I won't.
No, I win.
No, I won't. I'll just win. The Lord Angekoven looks at his dice for a moment, thinks about it, and then there's a very, very big frown on his face. 1-1.
Not exactly, brave. 3 5.
Hey, I'm on for 5 5s.
That ain't. That's a lie, I think.
Call out there, and the dice are revealed. In the hands of Geronimo, make sure I'm checking your right one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I am. There is 1 5. For the Lord Angekoven, there is also 1 5. Durgus has 2 5s. And Brannon has a single 5 as well. That is 5 5s.
Oh, damn.
Calculated.
So
No luck.
Geronimo will lose one of his dice.
Oh, damn. Oh, pooey.
Pooey indeed. As we roll again. So I believe that's Geronimo and Baron and Durgus down to 4, Baron on 2, Brannon on 1.
Yeah.
Shite.
Okay. The Lord Angekoven checks his dice and seems a little bit more pleased with them this time, as he licks his lips. 4 2s.
Let's go with 3 4s.
Let's go with 4 4 fours.
I don't think there's going to be 4 fours.
Call out there, and the dice are revealed in the hands of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the hands of the Lord, there are no 4s. In Durgis's hands, there are also no 4s. Brannon has 0 4s. Baron has 0 4s. Geronimo,
Oh my God.
Geronimo has 1 4. And so with only 1 4, afraid Geronimo's going to lose a dice.
Damn. I've lost twice in a row now.
You have, and the dice are rolled again. We are now getting towards an end. A few players struggling to keep up with the majesty that is the Lord Darek and Jacoven. A seasoned player of the seasoned player of Liar's Dice.
Well, he has an easy kid. He goes first, okay? Grr.
Stop bidding so high, then. Lord Anjakoven looks at his dice, nods his head slowly. 2 1s.
I don't think there's going to be 2 1s.
The Lord Anjakoven doesn't even need to look at your dice. He reveals his own, and there are 2 1s in his stack.
Ah, shit.
There is a 4, 2 1s, a 3, and a 5. So Brannon's last dice is removed from play, and Brannon is eliminated from the tournament, though he is offered a small tin of wine for his loss.
He takes it and goes sits with the furball and has a bit of a sulk as he sips on it.
The dice need to be rolled again. That was a very early call.
Let's just call him out every time.
Every single time.
Every time.
He's got to be called out immediately. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. So the Lord Anjakoven will look at his dice. Pause for a moment. 2 6s.
Yeah. You know, I'm gonna say 3 6s.
I'm going to call that 3 6s. Little Anjakoven reveals his dice and immediately swears, as there are many more than 3 6s. There are in fact 4 6s in play.
Hell
as
yeah.
he has 2, Durgus has 1, and Baron has 1. And so the Lord Anjakoven is forced to relinquish one of his dice.
Geronimo's gonna do like a little arm pump, kind of like yeah, brought him down.
You haven't won yet. Let's keep playing. As the dice are rolled again. Okay. Lord Anjakoven checks his dice. Pauses for a moment. 1 1.
2 2s.
Hey, let's go. 2 5s.
I'm going to say 3 4s.
Lord Anjakoven ponders for a moment. 3 6s.
I'm gonna say there ain't 3 6s.
The call is made. The dice are revealed. In the pile of Lord Anjakoven, there are 2 6s. Geronimo has no 6s. Durgus has 1 6, and Baron has none. And so, Geronimo, you have to relinquish another one of your dice.
Damn. Okay.
So that's now Geronimo on 2, Durgus on 4, Baron on 2, and Lord Anjakoven also on 4. As we go into, perhaps, the latter stages of the game. We're past the laning phase, we're into the end game.
Oof.
There is a frown on the features of the kobold as he goes 1 1.
2 3s.
Hey, let's go for 2 4s.
Let's go for 3 4s.
A deep sigh from the kobold as he considers his dice very carefully. 4 4s.
I don't think there's going to be 4 4s.
The kobold doesn't look very certain, but he checks his dice and everyone reveals theirs. He has 1 4. Durgus has 2 4s. Baron has 1 4 and Geronimo has none, which is the 4 4s. So Baron, you have to give up one of your dice.
Yeah,
So
he'd handed over with a bit of a grumble.
the dice are rolled yet again. It seems to be Durgus and the Lord Darrick currently leading.
He's got it easy, okay. GM prowess.
2, 3, 4. I love this game. I play it all the time in my spare time.
Of course.
On my own against myself. The Lord Darrick checks his dice. Thinks for a moment. 1 5.
Okay, thanks, Brandon.
I'm going to say 2 3s.
Let's go for 2 5s.
I'm going to say 2 6s.
3 5s.
Four 5s.
I'm going to have to call you out there, lad.
A call is made by Durgus against the 4 5s. Checking the dice, Lord Angekoven has 2 5s. Baron has none. Geronimo has none. And Durgus only has 1. So 4 5s was too high. And Geronimo, another dice is removed from you.
I keep getting fucked by that.
It's damn close. But we roll again.
Both me and Baron on 1.
Baron and Geronimo are both on 1 dice, whereas the Lord Angekoven and Durgus are both on 4 dice.
Okay.
I need a dice roll from Durgus, I believe.
Yeah, shit.
Aye, shit.
He's still drinking is the problem. There is a contented look on the kobold's face as he says, 1 3.
2 6s.
Aye, let's go for 3 5s.
Um, 3 6s.
I think I'll be calling you out there, says the Lord Angekoven as he reveals his dice, which are only 3 5s and a 3. Geronimo has a single 6. Durgus has no 6s, and Baron has no 6s. There is only 1 6. So, Baron, your final dice is taken off of you.
Mm-hmm. And he would too go and join Brannon, being all grumbly and sulky in the corner.
Some wine is proffered to you as well. You are more than welcome to drink away your sorrows at losing a game.
Yeah, he'd do
Francis has
exactly
now
that.
started on the rum.
Well, the
Geronimo's
dice are
gonna-
rolled again.
Geronimo's going to look towards Durgus and give him a wink.
Durgus seems to catch it, gives him a bit of a confused expression, then sort of like winks back, like he's not sure if there's some secret code.
Winking in Morse code. Whilst you're winking at each other, the Lord Angekoven would rub his little kind of chinny chin chin before saying, 2 2s.
1 5.
2 3s.
3 3s.
2 5s.
I'll have to go for 4 3s.
I believe there is not 4 3s, as you say. And with that, the dice will be revealed. The Lord Angekoven has 2 3s, Durgus has 2 3s, and Geronimo has none, but that is 4 3s. And so the Lord Angekoven swears he swears very politely in Draconic as he is forced to give up one of his dice. Fucker, he says in Draconic, which you understand, Durgus.
Yeah, and he sort of retorts in Draconic. Hey, what's your language?
Stick to your own, all right? He chuckles as he says it. As the dice are rolled.
These bloody dwarves come to our island, speaking our language.
Speaking our language.
Vote with Brexit.
Okay. So, the dice are rolled. You haven't rolled? Sorry.
I haven't rolled, I've rolled now.
Okay. So, the dice are rolled. The Lord Andrikovan looks at his dice, nods his head slowly. 1, 2.
2 2s.
I'll go for 1 5.
3 2s.
2 5s.
I think I'll be calling that out. He reveals his dice to show no 5s. Geronimo, you also have no 5s. Durgus only has the 1 5. And so, Geronimo, your last dice is taken from you.
I thought we had him.
We might have done, but yeah, I tried. It's very obvious, though, when I've only got 1 dice.
I've actually got it on the other screen and stuff. I've genuinely set this up so it's, like, fully blind for me.
No, I mean, but as in, like...
That's Well, there's a certain point where you get to where it becomes really difficult. But that means only Lord Darek and Jacovan and Durgus in a little standoff with the Lord Darek on 3 dice and Durgus on 4 for them to be rolled once again.
Dude, like, the thing I've been doing so far will no longer work.
What, relying on other people?
For call-outs.
Relying on people not calling my bluff.
So the Lord Adjakovan looks at his dice, pauses for a moment. 1 1.
Yeah, I'm over 2 1s.
1 6.
I'll say 2 6.
He pauses for a moment, eyeing you up very carefully. 3 6s.
I'll call you out on that one.
Very well. He proffers his dice, flicks the cup up to reveal 2 6s and a 1. And you have 1 6, a 4, and 2 1s. He grins viciously, like a predator, as one of your dice is taken off of you, because his 3 6s was correct.
Damn. Go on.
I'm calling cheating, man. I'm calling cheating.
And we roll again as we go to the dice. 1 1 again.
Yeah, let's make it 2 1s.
3 1s.
What are the chances? Right, I'm gonna consult my lucky charm.
You hear him leave. He's gonna find a housemate who's better at gambling.
Didn't work last time, but you know what they say, second time's a charm. I'm gonna call you out on that one, bud.
Fair enough. I have 2 1s and a 6, and he shows you those dice. And it seems
rolling so many multiple numbers.
And it seems Durgus has a 1, a 4, and a 6, which means there are 3 1s, and so Durgus loses another dice.
Oh, statistically improbable. Put it up my ass. Right, it's fine. What's that?
The Lord Adjakovan rolls 3 dice to your 2.
Actually, fuck off.
He pauses for a moment as he looks at his dice. 1 2.
I'm gonna go for 3 1s.
1 4.
Right, yeah, let's go for a 5.
I'll go for a 6.
I'm gonna call you out on that one.
Oh, you shouldn't have. And as he says that, he flicks up his dice to reveal a 6, a 2, and a 4.
You're actually cheating, Alex. You're actually cheating.
If you have
I
any,
rolled 2 1s.
You did. You rolled 2 1s. I can see that. But he rolled a 6. If you have any issue with those dice rolls, I am more than happy to screenshot this.
Mr. Foundry.
Okay. You contract Mr. Foundry, and I'll keep rolling these dice and telling you the truth.
Fuck off.
But that is 3 dice to your 1, which he rolls, grinning with the look of a cat that has the cream.
Well, he's fucking won now, because it's like, he fucking knows what's in play.
He doesn't know what you've got. 1-1.
Hey, let's go for a 6.
2 4s.
Oh, you out on that one, bud.
Intraconic, he goes, shit. As he reveals that he has no 4s, and you have a 5. And so he has to lose one of his dice.
Oh god, this is. I hope for the comeback.
This is so like, oh my god, man.
It's his 2 dice to your 1 as he rolls. I will bid 2 3s.
3s. Hey, well, let's make it 3 3s, bud.
He grimaces as you say that, and he eyes you very, very carefully. No, I'll call you. I will call. And as he says that, he reveals a 5 and a 3.
Fuck, man.
Fuck! Game sucks! I'm done. Alex, I hate you and everything you stand for. I'm not competitive, just disappointed.
Okay. I'll write that down in my book of accounts of my quality as a GM. But the Lord Andrikovan looks very delighted at winning his own game as he sits back and muses quite happily. Oh, it was a good fight at the end there, but when you start calling out the number of dice in play, you're basically betting that every single one is showing the same side.
Hey, well, I'm not going to lie, I rolled very badly.
It's all luck of the dice. A little bit of bluffing, but mainly luck. Still, you all played remarkably well. Enjoyed the wine, but I think I'm going to retire. And as he says that, he pushes himself up, closing his little game box and heading off to his tent to leave you with the Furbolg and any other plans you may have this evening.
Geronimo's going to walk up to Douglas and go, "Hey, good job, Captain. Let him win that one. That was a good move, I think. Keep his spirits high, you know."
Hey, I saw him cheating, but, I didn't want to mention it, so, he's kept us in good company.
Yeah, that's for sure. Good job with that. Anyways, I'm going to head to bed, so I suggest we all do this. Oh, wait, hold on. Ain't we going to do a watch?
Hey, we should, but, just before we do, and he sort of reaches down and pulls forwards a perhaps familiar-looking dagger with the inscription, "Good hunting, love Helena," which he offers first towards Geronimo before pausing a second, then turning towards Brannon. You can detect sort of magical stuff, right?
I can, but maybe Hatsy can. I don't know.
Hey, and he sort of waves the dagger over towards Brannon.
What did you want me to do?
Hey, well, I found this dagger and it had a nice sort of inscription on it, and I figured, if they're willing to put these carvings in it, maybe they're willing to put something else on it.
Okay. Brandon will take it and have a look over it, see if he can find anything interesting about it.
Nothing particularly interesting. Give me an investigation really quickly. The DC for this is very, very low though.
How low?
I won't tell you exactly how low.
Oh, I get a fucking net on it.
Public roll, by the way.
But even yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, if you did do it private, you can set them public again now. But that was an unnatural 20. But that is definitely well within the DC. From what you can see, the dagger is of a acceptable make. It's good quality, if not the finest, and has a little bit of ornamentation around the handle with essentially an inscription, which was the good hunting love Helena along the blade. Though from what you can see, there isn't anything to suggest that this should have any kind of magic upon it. There's no particular focus embedded into it. None of the kind of designs or patterns are particularly of magical runic script, and certainly the blade doesn't seem to feel any different as you kind of heft it around and move it. It seems to just be a gift as well as a dagger.
He'll hand it back and go, "There's nothing really that interesting about it."
Have you done your, magical wavy thing? I mean, even it doesn't look interesting, the eyes can deceive. Well,
I
looks
mean, for there to be some kind of magic, there's normally some markings or some runes carved into it. I can do it, but I mean, I doubt anything will come up.
I mean, I can't hurt to try.
Very well, and therefore he'll take the dagger back and cast Identify on it.
Identify. Let's double check exactly what it tells you to make sure I don't tell you anything or not tell you something. Okay. As you cast Identify, running your hands across the item, Identify has a casting time, doesn't it? It takes a minute.
Yes, however, I'm using a spell slot, so it is only a minute.
That's what I mean is like it has a casting, but it's actually a minute long. Yeah. So over the next minute, Brannon kind of builds up a slight sweat as the dagger is kind of moved in this strange telekinesis between his hands. Every now and again, you've seen these strange coils of magic reach out and touch it, as if investigating a point and then returning back to his fingertips, as he's very deep in focus on this item. After about a minute, he ceases this and takes a hold of the dagger again. Brandon, from what you can tell, there is no magic and no spells affecting this item whatsoever. It appears to just be a dagger.
Sorry, as I thought, it's literally just a dagger, nothing special about it. It's a particularly nice one.
And he sort of leans forward, looking a little bit disheartened, but he aims to take it back anyway. Well, thank you.
No problem.
And well, here, do any of you lot happen to have any hops?
Any what?
Hops, H-O-P-S.
Oh, what, for like making beer?
I figured, while we're up here, we may as well set something up. I've been meaning to do it on the boat, actually, but, we just haven't really had time to buy stuff.
I think there's some barrels back on the boat you could use for that kind of thing, but I don't have any hops on me.
I was just more for future reference, but we'll be sure to buy some next time we're some city or town. I don't really have much money left.
They might have some like wild grasses around here you could ferment. Have a look around.
I'm not so much the sort of went out to find that kind of. Well, I may be able to. I need to find a book or something to show me what's what, but I'm sure we'll find something. I just figured I ain't really got very heavy pockets right now, so sending some of my bet on the side couldn't hurt.
Well, it would be nice to have some money coming in. I'm trying to get a bit in with the scrolls, but we are a bit skinned.
Well, I figured with these long cruises, it gets time to ferment. We can arrive at a shore, sell off a keg. We'll see how it goes, but still, I suggest we get our sleep. I'll do first watch.
Okay. So if Doug is taking the first watch, who's taking the next watch and in what order? And basically just roll perception checks.
I'll go second.
Okay.
I will go third.
Okay.
And we'll go after Geronimo.
Cool. Can you roll some perception checks in that order for me then, please? As it just makes it easier for me.
Back in just a sec, guys. Sorry, I'll roll the perception now.
Okay, that's fine.
So Durgus needs to go.
I shall go first.
That's right.
And roll 16.
Yep.
I will roll now. Perception. And I will roll.
Oh, shit.
Double nat 20.
That's it. That's all your luck gone for the session.
I think that's the first time, at least in Foundry, we've done that. I think we may have done it on Roll20 before, but...
That's the first time I've seen it, yeah.
Crazy, man. Crazy. That's fine. Where was Brannon in there again? I know he rolled because he went AFK, so just whereabouts did he was second. Okay, so it's Durgus, Brannon, Geronimo, Baron. Durgus, Baron, Geronimo, Brannon. Baron.
There's a 1 in 20 chance of that happening, Jay.
Yeah, I know.
You're lucky.
It is lucky.
What, double nat 20s?
Yeah.
No, it's a 1 in 40.
Yeah, 1 in 40, yeah.
Well, no, because they're both individual, aren't they?
Yeah, but what you're doing is you're doing it on the odds of rolling two things. So it's one odd for two results. So it's
the combo odd.
Yeah, you have a 1 in 20 and then another 1 in 20. So it's 1 in 40.
I'd fight you on this because then I'd say it's the 2 out of 40, but it's fine. I failed A-level maths, so I'm gonna take your word on it.
I dropped maths at GCSE, so that's it for me.
Dude, I did loads of extra maths in high school. Literally, we did this shit. We had like funny tables for it and everything. So yeah, it's a 1 in 40. But okay, so The night passes entirely unassumingly. There is nothing to disturb you from a very tranquil sleep. Dreams for those of you who have them, and a restful awakening for all of you as you emerge from the great tent in the morning. It seems the Lord Darrick and the Furbolg, Rodolphus, are a little bit slower rising than perhaps they suggested. They don't quite make it up before dawn, as they suggested they might. However, this does give an opportunity for a little something to happen with you all awakening. Having had a good night, you can all have your long rest, by the way, so return those spell slots, any hit points you're missing, hit dice, obviously you can take back one of those. In the morning, as you wake yourselves up, perhaps enjoying some breakfast from the stock of supplies that were brought, so you don't need to expend your own, you find sitting around the now burnt-out campfire, still vaguely embering, but very much no longer alight, a solemn and forlorn figure, with knees hugged up against her chest, and shifting almost in and out of perception in a strange ethereal blue glow. The visage of a sad and hopeless ghost looks down upon the fire, almost distantly, lost in some memory. This is the ghost of Marleone, who you had seen before, back in Badgerton, who you had made your deal with to find her killer for her. She isn't openly aggressive, and she is just kind of there as you all kind of begin to emerge together. Since you slept in quite close quarters, I would assume that you could kind of wake each other up and emerge together.
Yeah.
And there she is, sitting very quietly, staring into the embers.
Hey, ain't that ghost of Marleone?
I still bloody maybe give me some grey hairs in my beard. I mean, what's she bloody doing here?
I think you can probably ask her that. Hello.
As you say hello, the head finally rises, as if only just hearing you. Her face is just as drawn and transparent as it was the day you made your deal. The anger still clearly written quite deeply onto the shifting hollows where her eyes should be, though she still sits quite passively, not raising her hands in any sort of aggression towards you, as she stares deathly cold in your direction, Brannon.
We're finding him. It's just taking a while. May I ask why you're here?
Time stretches on. Time stretches on. The voices wavering, pained, as if in agony.
We found a lead here of where he might have gone. We actually went here to thinking we might intercept him, but it's quite clear that he ain't around here. So it's either he's in two places. He's either gone on forwards to what's the name of the place? That's like the other island, the other side.
Are you referring
New Haven?
Are you referring to Peak or New Haven?
I know Peak, but I meant New Haven.
There you go.
He may have continued onwards in his journey to New Haven, or he's gone to Peak. So we were going to check out Peak and then go to New Haven.
A deal was made. I suffer.
And we are doing it. We are doing our part. It's just taking longer than expected.
Do you feel as I feel? The coldness in my heart. The burning of the dagger over and over and over.
No one ever told you that revenge is a dangerous game.
The
I'm
head,
going to glare at him.
the head snaps around towards Durgus as he says this.
Don't worry about him. He's just a bit sort of tired and groggy from losing last night in a little game of dice. Don't worry. Listen, Mario, don't worry. We're gonna get to him. It's just, in the same way that he did you the dirty, he's a slippery little snake, and sometimes in order to catch a slippery snake, you gotta be patient and catch him in the tall grass. You get what I mean?
I understand. I understand all too clearly.
So don't worry.
No, I don't worry. I don't worry. Because if we don't find him soon, you will feel some of my suffering.
I'm the one who made the deal with you, Malia, and they don't need to be involved.
Yes, but you have not been near too many people that only you care about.
I mean, if you have any inkling at all of where he might be, then by all means, but we're trying our best.
I thought I had him. You told me otherwise. You told me you would find him.
That wasn't him.
Then now you need to find him.
And like we've said, we're trying, but there's other pressures for everyone else. We work as a group, and we can't just ignore one thing entirely. It's there's a lot going on.
The ghost offers almost the saddest of smiles. As she does so, you hear the tent flap behind you and some commotion as one of the figures still asleep begins to raise themselves up. The ghost's eyes snap behind you for a moment, almost as if fearful that it might be spotted, before saying, "Time is running out. I will not suffer like this for long." And as she says that, she begins to disperse like a mist, slowly becoming fainter and fainter and fainter, until there is only the ground left where she was sitting.
That is not good news. So, what are we gonna do? We're gonna go to Peak, or we go to New Haven?
Well, we'll get there on our own time. She's been a bit of a bitch about this. I mean, we said we'll help her.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I really want to mess with her. I think we should just go.
Yeah, I don't particularly want my life force sapped. So,
I didn't either, but I bloody took it on the chin.
yeah,
but sure, there's got to be some sort of exorcist or a ghostbuster or something we can call.
I mean, if she saps your life force for 10 years, that's what, not even a countable bit of your life. For me, I'm nearly dead.
Yes, man, yes. I mean, what do you do with the last 10 years of your life anyway? I mean, you're some old pensioner wobbling about.
I'm pretty sure I'm not even half your age.
Yeah, so what I suggest is that we go to Peak, we find him, we deal with him. It's quite clear that Marleone can appear anywhere she bloody wants. And then we're at the New Haven, and we've literally covered all our bases. And heck, if they come back this way, maybe our new standing with the Lord here, he might be able to keep watch and maybe apprehend if we miss him at Peak.
I mean, if we do a full search at Peak and this New Haven place, we'll be sure to find him. I mean, not him, his boat or something. Yeah, we've traced him half the way across this bloody, well, I don't know what I guess an archipelago, but he's got to be around here somewhere. Still, is the Lord and stuff awake? We should probably head off soon.
Alternatively, what we could do is, this idea just came to me, is that we know that the route that the ship's gonna take, right? Why don't we go follow it and try and if we can intercept it, maybe we can cause it to stop, check to see if the fugitive's on board, and if he ain't, then we know he's definitely on Peak, and if he is on board, then we just take him.
So we got to search the ships and stuff. I don't think we'll be able to catch him. I mean, they're already sailing across, and we're fast. We're not that fast.
Maybe we should talk to our friend and see if he has any magical means of finding people. I can't myself, but I've heard of them, and he's rich enough that he might suddenly have the ability, or at least know someone who does.
I just hope that if Marleone does get more aggressive, it's not taken out on the rest of you.
Look,
I'm sure we can take it together.
I'm not too sure of that.
Look, we're in this together no matter what, so we might as well find a solve as soon as possible.
Yeah, I agree with Hatsi. He's always got the right hat on.
Thank you.
The right thinking hat.
Sorry.
He always has the right hat on.
He always has the right hat on. Classic
one
Hatsi.
Classic Hatsi, big Hatsi.
Right. Yeah, I think Durgus would now go to check on Lord Derek Angerkoven.
Angerkoven, yes.
Angerkoven, and his little large Furbolg butler friend.
And
See if they're rising.
They both certainly would be rising. The Lord Angerkoven is currently directing the Furbolg into the packing up of some of his items, whilst the Kobold himself is also helping. As you appear kind of in the doorway of the Lord Derek's tent, he looks up and gives you a smile. "Ah, my friend, yes, we're just rising, ready to go soon and get you to that little place that you wanted to visit."
Yeah, yes, we're just making sure you're awake. So we're solid some breakfast now we'll wait for you.
Of course. And he would very quickly get himself ready to go as swiftly as possible. Anything else you guys want to discuss with him, or do you want to kind of move on?
Move on.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or is there anything at all you want to discuss with him now before you head out?
Yeah. Brandon will go up to him and go, actually, while you're getting ready, before we head off, we're looking for someone, as I think we told you before, and we're struggling to find him. Would you have any way of helping us with that?
Depends on who the person is. If they didn't visit here and they aren't luminaries of Farrak, I can't say I'm probably too familiar with them.
I more meant, I know yourself, you're not that magical, but maybe there's someone you know who we could hire the services of for some more difficult to come by spells. Things like locating people.
One of my daughters is more inclined towards the magical. Perhaps a conversation with her when we return might be to your liking or suiting.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Then, yes, let us be off. And with that, you continue on your journey up and over the hill of Pike's Peak, which, as I mentioned, continuing the last kind of jaunt of the journey upwards, is a little bit hard going just due to the steepness of the incline, but clambering up over these kind of mounds of earth, the little bits on patches of grass and shrub that cling very low to the ground that manage to survive on this very windy atmosphere, eventually allows you to climb right up to the top, where this kind of very fresh breeze is constantly whipping past you, and you have a pretty good view, pretty much in 360 degrees out across the entire island. It's actually quite stunning. Large forest to the north of you, which seems to stretch and almost blanket one part of the island, these rolling hills that run down into great open plains and fields, sections of pasture land, mixed and matched with other sections of fields and plantations, all creating this beautiful natural agrarian tapestry of an island hideaway, obviously crowned by the large home of the Angerkovens, which is still visible to the south of you. Crossing over the peak, the Lord Derek explains quite proudly, basically sums up everything I just said quite proudly a couple of times as he looks around with clearly great joy at his natural environment, before pointing out to you something of a scar on the landscape, a great pit, not too far from where you are. From the distance you begin at, it doesn't look too big, though as you get closer, you guess that roughly it stretches out with a diameter of perhaps about 50 feet or so. Getting closer, you begin to be able to see down into it, and you can see that it looks to be about 60 feet deep. And whilst not entirely sheer, the drop is very, very, very steep, not something you could walk up and down, and mostly made up of this kind of craggy, solid earth face. It's definitely not pure rock. It looks like kind of the inside of a sinkhole, but it clearly has been there some time as the earth is compacted into very solid, and you can see the myriad and veiny roots running through the earth that seem to kind of hold this sinkhole open and in place. As you get to the edge of it, the Lord Darek points down with his cane, tapping on the edge, and a little bit of dirt breaks off and falls in, rattling down onto what looks like some stone at the bottom. Just there, you can see there's a small doorway, and indeed you can. There's a double set of stone doors. They are somewhat ajar, wide enough perhaps for one of you to kind of slide in sideways if you would. Clearly not sealed shut or sealed open, but in that kind of in-between space. The doorway itself seems to be made of the same stone and has a large pillar ornamentation on either side. Additionally, a metal brazier appears to have been built into each pillar, though they stand very much empty and unlit.
Sorry, and the door, is it currently open or closed?
Half open. It looks... It's that, as I said, they're stone doors. They look very, very heavy.
Yeah.
And they're currently that kind of half-open position where if one of you were to turn sideways and kind of scoot yourself in, you could. But you couldn't just walk in, square up to it.
Okay. I think Durgus would... his first impulse would be to walk straight towards this door.
Well, you'd have to climb it down.
Oh,
it's in a sinkhole, so it's like there's a 60-foot drop down, and this sinkhole is about 50 foot across.
Yeah, so I was trying to visualize. I thought it was it was nearby, and then there's a cliff to the side.
No, apologies. It's at the bottom of this sinkhole that you come up to.
Okay, that's fine, because you know what we have, which is nearly 60 feet? That's right, good old hempen rope.
Hempen rope.
I think Durgus is going to peer towards the others as he sort of unspoils this rope, and sort of peers between each of them, slowly but surely. Now, which one of you had that sort of sticky in the ground spike thing?
That would be me, Captain.
Oh yeah, hand one over.
And John's going to hand over one of his pitons.
Yeah, and he'd sort of take it, move the edge of the rope to the very edge, sort of get the piton, sort of impale the rope on it, then just use a rock to wedge the thing in to make sure it was relatively nice and secure. He'd peer on down and seen it's probably like 10 feet from the bottom. Would sort of wince his eyes a little. Do you think we'll be able to make that? Or should we, use a bit more rope?
Well, I've got... And Baron would pull out the 15 feet of rope he has. Probably got enough to get us to the bottom if we tie them together.
Yeah. And he goes and quite quickly tries to drag the rope back up, only to, if it was offered by Baron, to just tie the two together before trying to loose it down back more.
He'd offer it out.
Okay. So the rope now equals what? How much rope did you say you had, Baron? It's
15 feet.
Okay, so it now reaches 65. So as you lower it down again, it reaches very clearly to the bottom with a little bit spare as well.
Awesome. And I think Durgus, relatively content with his nifty roping, would holding onto it, tries to clamber his way down.
Okay. Easy enough done. You don't need to make any checks for that. Are you guys all following?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brandon will make sure to get his lamp out.
Perfect. Okay. And as you clamber down, it's a fairly easy journey. As you go, the kind of Lord Darek looks down upon you and says, if you don't mind, I'm not sure I'll join you. My legs aren't exactly what they used to be.
Oh, no, it's fine. I said you've helped us so far. Just, keep an eye out if you could. I don't know if you want to head back to the place, but, we don't want to be stuck in here.
No, of course. There's a couple of trees over that way. He points to another side of the kind of opening at the top now that you're at the bottom of the sinkhole. Well within sight of this top here. If we go and sit ourselves there, we'll keep an eye on your rope for you. And if you yell really loudly, it might even echo up for us. How's that sound?
That sounds good to me. I can pretty well.
Excellent. See you in a moment, then. He kind of gives a little wave of the cane as he gestures, and you hear him say, right, let's go. Come on. Yes, let's go. And you hear the tramping away as they make their way over towards the tree that was gestured to, that's out of sight now. Leaving you at the bottom of the sinkhole in front of this great open, almost tomb-like doors.
Hey,
Okay.
Yeah, I think Durgus, being as abrasive as ever, will just move towards the sort of slightly cracked open door to see if he can, well, first off, push it open a little more to create more space, and if not, try to just sort of sidle on through.
Give me an athletics check, please.
Please be that one. It is that one. 23.
23 is very, very good. The door grinds on the stone. You hear that kind of scraping sound. As you manage to shift the door a little bit further, it's not much better. You still kind of only just squeeze your way through. If you were to spend a couple of minutes sitting here kind of working perhaps with your friends, you could probably get the doors fully open, but it makes a lot of noise, and it doesn't seem to be resisting you. They just seem very heavy.
Yeah, okay. I think obviously realizing they'll have to be here for a while to get it open, and to be fair, the way it's open already sort of does. He'd sort of stop after a little more while, sort of gesturing or beckoning the others over as he tries to, just sidle on inside.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And you guys are following?
Yeah, once Durgus would head through, Baron would kind of try and squeeze his way through as well.
Okay. So I believe you said you got your lantern out, was it, Branham?
Yes.
Okay. Lantern in hand, and now flickering, since I assume you light it. You continue into the tunnel. There is a kind of fetid odour of stale air down here that doesn't really get disturbed very often. Shifted around only really by your passing as you slowly descend these steps and stairs down away from the idyllic countryside and instead into this strange underground lair. And as I say that, I think now would perhaps be a good time to take our break since it's 9:15. So if we take another 10 minutes here, then we can come back and then we can just kind of power through to the end. So we can begin with this delve and carry on until wherever we get to. Sound like a plan?
Good.
It works for me.
Excellent. Okay, in which case we're going to grab drinks and whatnot, and we should be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Perfect. And we are back. Took a little bit longer there as we had some discussions about the session and just in general catching up about stuff because we're friends as well as players. Can you imagine? But we are ready to settle in and kind of continue on through until the end of the session tonight. And then we have a little bit of an announcement for the end of the night. And obviously we'll do another raid again to see if we can spread some of that D&D joy. But before we get to that point and too far ahead of ourselves, let's focus back on exactly where we were before, which was having just descended into this sinkhole that is set into the side of Pike's Peak, and kind of pushing open some stone doors leading to this catacomb below. The party have managed to squeeze their way into this dark tunnel that gently meanders downwards underground. A site that, according to the Lord Darek and Jacovan, is one of the old cult sites that belonged to the people that used to be here before the Anjacovans moved in. As mentioned, the air is musty with age, it's still, it's thick. This is a place that is not visited often, and due to its location, is very much out of the way and not often disturbed by nature, even in passing at the entrance. There is a gentle drip, drip, dripping of water that seems to soak down and seep through the rock and the stone, forming very small stalagmites and stalactites, though you can see a great deal of kind of shattered and broken pieces of stone on the ground, suggesting that many of these formations have grown, broken, and then regrown, telling you the age of this labyrinth. Well, not really labyrinth, it's not so maze-like, but at least of this tunnel under the ground. On some nice ambient music. There we go.
I mean, it's ambient. Then
You
like
said it would be nice.
Yeah,
Spooky.
I'll turn it down slightly.
This music always makes me feel like shit's about to go down.
No,
in a dark
it's
cave.
just
About a shugma.
no, it's
Shugma.
it's just a cave.
I'm not sure of the man who's just at the end of this cave blowing haunting pipes just to spook us out. We'll find him eventually.
It's
Marleone.
much like James Bond, you have an orchestra following you around just for the ambient music.
I wish.
But continuing down through this tunnel, at first it appears entirely natural. Your boots kind of shifting on the wet stone and muck that has built up at the bottom, disturbing some of the small scuttering bugs and things like that, which glimmer slightly in the illumination of the lantern that Brannon is clutching. However, slowly but surely, the kind of mismatched, misshapen natural tunnel eventually begins to straighten out, becoming far smoother and leveling off as you move from what is clearly naturally formed cavern into something that has either been extended or simply adjusted by man-made hands, turning it into more of a cut-out tunnel. The ground soon takes on a level that is far less shifting beneath your feet, and the puddles begin to pool around kind of sets of cut stone rather than in small divots of the rock. Everyone give me perception checks, please.
Ooh.
The big.
That's not good.
Can you stop rolling privately, Jensen, so we can?
Oh no, I'll re-roll it because they didn't get to see that.
No, I can see it, so I'll be taking that 10.
No,
I'll be
fine.
taking that 10.
It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair, Alex.
I'll be taking
20.
I'll be taking that 10 rather than the 15 because I could see it, so it wasn't a secret to me. However, that's right. As a party, you roll generally very high, so making your way along the tunnels, you quickly begin to notice along the walls, as you pass, there are a number of carvings set into the stone, very linear and straight. They seem to depict what look like stick people moving around some kind of great, almost vast beach ball shaped person. It's vaguely humanoid in the sense that it seems to have some kind of face scratched into the top of it, and there is clearly what seems to be the kind of large legs and very small arms either side of it, but most of it is taken up by this quite bulbous single body, which, as I mentioned, around it there appear to be these stick figures of vaguely humanoid things. You can't really tell if they are humans, they could be elves or something like that, that appear to be dancing. These images are slightly varied, but mostly similar as you pass them. However, for all of you, Durgus, this was a general party roll, so you can spot this as well. As you do pass them, out of the corner of your eye, you notice that they seem to shimmer and shift after you've passed, and when you turn to look back at them, they have moved slightly, as if carrying out some cyclical kind of almost cartoon. They don't move very far. It either involves them continuing some kind of dance. In a couple of cases it shows figures arriving, in others it shows them leaving. There doesn't seem to be any general story that runs between them, or at least no connectivity between the scenes. Just generally people performing different actions around this single vast figure. The tunnel continues to stretch off ahead of you. If
Yeah.
none, go on, sorry.
Jorno's going to kind of look down and go, nah, it's pretty dark. I'm getting a creepy feeling.
You're not the only one, but we've come this far now. It would be unwise to turn back when we've gotten this far ahead.
Okay, well, I'm just going to be safer than sorry. And Geronimo is going to take from his belt his wood carving tools and grip them tightly.
Hey, we'll be fine, we'll be fine. I mean, it's just some spooky drawings. I mean, drawings can't hurt you. You know, whatever's in the cave. And he sort of pauses for a second and almost tries to hear or try to listen to further in the cave to see if there perhaps are any sort of further unnerving noises, or if it just seemed relatively drippy and cavey.
You're welcome to give me another perception check.
Drippy and cavey.
Yeah, we're trying to avoid drippy and cavey.
Oh my god, my rolls! That's 2 in a row.
That is 2 in a row. Okay, so an 8, not great. You listen out, and really you're only hearing that kind of drippy and cavey noises. What I can say for certain is there certainly is nothing, at least above the ambience, that appears abnormal. You can't hear any kind of, footsteps approaching. There doesn't seem to be any sound of, stone moving over stone. Definitely no sign of large creatures moving through the cave. Looking around, you can't see any evidence of stuff, say, brushing up against the stonework and dislodging it. Generally pretty quiet. Dripping water. Every now and again, a few bugs moving around here and there. Life exists down here, but it's the scuttling kind.
Hey, look, I don't hear anything. We'll be fine. And he sort of tries to take is it the Vanguard, which is the front?
Vanguard.
The back?
Vanguard is the front, yeah.
Front. Yeah, he takes the Vanguard, and he'd actually, I think he'd pull forwards a longsword, which he had on his back, and sort of holds this thing in 2 hands now, as he sort of advances forwards.
Of course.
I will have to BRB a second to grab some food, but I shouldn't be too long.
Absolutely. Takes the front position and immediately leaves. Very helpful.
I'm sorry, I'll be like literally a second, it's in the oven.
It's okay. You continue on down the cavern then, passing yet more of these images, which are pretty much more of the same. Eventually, the tunnel takes a kind of 90-degree turn, and before you arrive at the junction, you can see faintly from around the corner the orange kind of flicker of what is clearly some kind of torch out of sight. Do you guys want to approach in any particular way, or you just kind of wander around?
I think...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Did you say there was kind of like a flicker ahead?
Yeah, it's definitely like you've seen kind of torchlight, candlelight before. There is that kind of orange flickering glow of what is clearly some kind of fire. Just faintly, all of you will be able to hear that kind of crackle of some kind of small torch or something.
Yeah, I think Baron would be more inclined to start heading towards that way.
Brandon's gonna... Oh, with my lantern, it's one of those bullseye ones, so can I make it a little smaller so it's not as easily seeable?
Sure.
Maybe by putting something over it so it points more towards the ground, not that it's going straight ahead.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'd allow that.
Just how far away does this sort of flicker seem to be?
It's dim. It's definitely not incredibly bright. It's more ambient than any kind of direct, straight on the spot. You couldn't say with any accurate certainty how close to the turning the fire must be, but given the kind of gloominess still of it, you are suggesting that it is at least a little ways back from the junction.
Okay, I was just thinking because I think Durgus has seen this flame, sort of concentrate on it, and muster a few words in Dwarven to himself, sort of wishing this thing could be a little bit brighter so they could see obviously a bit more. As I'd like to try and cast Thaumaturgy, I think.
You can just sorry, because you were AFK doing the food. It's not actually in front of you. It's round a junction. So I was just kind of asking, are you guys going to stop and kind of like sneak around, or again, I don't want to just say you just stumble around into firelight when obviously.
Yeah, no. Brannon's going to slow down, handing the lantern to Baron, and kind of get down low and sneak around closer to the corner.
Okay, give me a stealth check. 24 is very good. So Brannon is near silent as he hands off the lantern and approaches the corner. Even taking the hat off so that doesn't poke out in front of you, you kind of peer your head round, and in front of you what you can just make out appears to be what looks like, from where you are, a kind of squarish rectangular room, inside of which, at the far end of it, there appears to be a wall set into which there is a kind of altar, if you will, with 3 fires set upon it, 2 smaller ones either side and a single one in the centre. At the base of the kind of main torch area, there is a plaque, though you can't read what's written upon it as you're simply too far away. And at the foot of this altar, you can just make out in the soft glow of light what appears to be an aged skeleton, the kind of pale bone colour, quite clear and distinct against the dark stone.
How far around this corner do I have to go in before I'm actually in that room?
Maybe 15-20 feet will take you into the room itself, and then beyond that it's perhaps another 20 or so feet. So the room is probably about 20 feet across, and there's about 15 feet of hallway between you and the room.
Okay. He'll try and lean in a bit further to see if he can see any movement or shadows or anything. But if not, then he'll head back.
Ooh, I won't need to check for this. Leaning a little bit closer, taking a look around, you can't see any moving shadows. There are definitely actually no, with where the light is, no, you can't see any shadows in there. There's certainly nothing disturbing the light as far as you can see, and definitely no sign of kind of moving shadows around the periphery where you can't.
Okay. He'll head back to the others and as quietly as he can and go, I can't see anyone in there. I could try and head in, but I'll probably be seen.
Well, if we're gonna go, we're gonna go. I mean, if they're planning some sort of trap, we're gonna walk into it anyway. You sure you didn't see anything? No movement or anything?
I checked as much as I can. I can't see any movement, not even shadows, nothing.
You try echolocation.
Sorry?
No, look, I'm sure I was done. And with that, he almost quite blunderly sort of tries his best to sneak forwards towards the corner. And as he does sort of get there, lets out a bit of a high click with his tongue.
Okay, you do so, and the click occurs. There is no response to it.
And he waits a bit, and he sort of squints his eyes as he himself now tries to sort of peer on in briefly to see if there's any sort of movement or response to this, at least from where he can see.
Nope. Not from what you can tell. So just to double check, you are approaching quietly, correct?
Yeah, quietly.
Give me a stealth check really quickly.
My dice. Oh my god, man! I rolled 2 2s and a 1.
You have.
This fucking session. My god.
The dice rolls are not with you today. So there is a little bit of clanking and clattering as Durgus approaches. It's not necessarily Durgus; it's more the things in his rucksack moving around. Difficult to stifle and stop, but still relatively quiet as you move a little bit closer. Though as you continue to click and make these noises, there's no response to your approach, or at least nothing comes out to get you. You can't see any change in the shadows. Nothing seems to be hiding behind the door or beside the door or anything. The room seems empty from what you can tell.
With his sort of own blundering way, he walks back, sort of crosses his arms quite triumphantly. He goes, I believe there is absolutely nothing in the next room. Go on, Baron, you lead the way.
Well, you seem pretty confident, so I need.
Oh, I'll get you
Stop.
back. Don't worry.
Yeah, I need to start making his way into the room.
When I say that, because I do need to go actually get my food now, so give me a second.
Okay, so stepping into the room reveals, as mentioned, a rectangular stone room made of carved stone, cut and worked blocks, clearly of man-made creation. The room itself, as mentioned at the far side, has this altar set into the wall, atop which 3 different flames are illuminated with a plaque at the base of the kind of central one. The room has a number of wooden boxes that appear smashed and dissolving to one side, and to your left as you enter there is a metal grated gate. To your right there is another hallway that leads off seemingly into a different chamber. And in fact, as you enter, I shall assume you all enter for the sake of ease,
Indeed.
and I may or may not have a battle board for you.
Can we say that Brannon is keeping to the back and trying to be quiet?
That's what you would like. Feel free to move yourself around roughly in the area that I've put you. That's what you'd like.
Cool.
And
As soon as it's loaded, I will.
Yeah, and what this gives me an opportunity to kind of set up the board for
Oh. Wow.
stream tab. Yeah. Is there a strange kind of blue glowing off to the right for you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
That may have been...
If you refresh it, it's because the map goes off center. If you refresh it, or center. It's a weird thing Foundry does sometimes.
Wait, I need to refresh?
Yeah, you need to refresh.
If you see the blue if you see the blue off to the corner, you need to refresh.
Perfect, thank you. Right, so that's all set up there. I shall make this visible for stream to have, so they can enjoy this beautiful map. Okay, so as mentioned, you enter this room with the sections made up, as mentioned before. I believe we had Baron and probably Geronimo leading at this point, since Jensen's AFK and Brannon is specifically holding towards the rear. What exactly would you like to do?
Is this Skelly Bob here?
Yes, that skeleton is there pretty much as you see it. It's clearly a fairly aged corpse. There is no sign of the flesh remaining on their body at all, though the leathers and the armor and the clothes are still kind of tatty and very, very old, but still just about together. And there is a dagger kind of broken through the skull.
Are there any... John, look around. Are there any signs that other people have passed through here?
Ooh, give me a perception or an investigation.
Perception or investigation? Let's have a look. Which one is better? Investigation. Oh. 12.
Okay. The ground itself is certainly quite dirty, filthy even, probably based on the age of the space. And whilst you yourselves have obviously disturbed some of the path, the areas you haven't been to yet, you can clearly see the disturbance of other footprints. There must have been people here at some point to do this. However, the number of how many people there may have been, how long ago exactly they might have been here, is impossible to tell. And what they were doing, you don't really know. You can just see the footsteps around to suggest there were other people here.
I'm guessing the footsteps lead off towards that right-hand side.
There are some over on the right-hand side. There are some... Yeah, there are some in the right-hand side. There are some in the room you're in. None of them lead off to the left. That gate looks pretty much rusted shut.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jordan was going to look...
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back. Jordan's going to look towards the others and go...
Yeah, so taking a look at the ground, it seems quite obvious that people went that way. And he points off towards the right. And I don't know when they were here, but it's quite possible that people did come through here. So just in case, be careful.
Durgus, obviously hearing of when they're here, would peer towards the floor, which I imagine was relatively dusty. Obviously, trying to trace to see if there were any sort of footfalls or anything like people had been here at least relatively easier, maybe like a lighter area of dust than a.
As mentioned before, for Geronimo, there is definitely evidence of footprints and footfall and people disturbing the thick muck and dirt on the ground. Though it seems to generally mill about, there isn't a clear direction where it went to. It mills about this kind of room you're in now, and some of it leads off to the right here.
Okay.
It does avoid this door on the left, though. That appears to be completely rusted shut, and as you kind of peer through the grate, although you can't see it on the battle board, it clearly leads into what looks to be a kind of small, almost cell-like room, at the far side of which a number of boulders and rocks have fallen in to fill up a tunnel.
I was more gauging for time, but it's fine. I don't think it'll make much of a difference.
Time-wise now.
Yeah, no way. So I think John said they'll go in that way, right?
Kind of around, as I said, they mill about this room that you're
I
in.
can't see anymore.
No, you can't. I've still got that turned off. It hasn't been fixed yet for me.
Ooh.
It mills about this room, but it also some of them lead off to the right there.
Yeah. So hearing this, Durgus peers towards the other three. Right. Well, I guess I'll take Vanguard as always, and has anyone checked the skeleton yet? Sorry, I hate coming and going.
We haven't checked. No.
I think he'd first check the skeleton before they go. Spooky Mr. Skeleton Boy.
Okay, so the skeleton, as mentioned, is looking very, very old. The bone is yellowed and very fragile as you move it around. A few bits, even just with delicate touching, begin to break and go quite dusty in your fingers. The clothes come apart in rags. They don't hold together at all, and in one hand there is the rotten remains of a shield. Through the skull is this rather basic, dark, rusted iron dagger that appears to have just been broken through into the skull. Digging through what remains of pockets, there isn't really any evidence of much left behind. However, you do find a jumble of coins. Three copper, in fact, a silver and a gold.
I'm literally a millionaire.
Yep. Durgus, give me a history check.
Ooh. Is it related to stone, perhaps?
It's not related to stone, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure? Maybe those who have been stoned in the past? That's 14.
Okay, 14's alright. As you pick up the coins and check them over, you actually find how they've been minted, or what's been stamped on them. Now, you're not a coin collector, you're not some kind of nerd, but your family obviously have dealt with finances and stuff before. You've taken money and stuff like that, and you have a cousin who likes coins and likes to, while you were working in the brewery, would talk about them. And these coins in particular appear to have been minted roughly about 100 or so years ago.
I think Durgus, in this bombastic way, obviously finding these small coins, which I imagine have been rather worn over the years, but obviously would still be able to make out, I imagine, the numerals or the symbol, which would give away their age.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of quickly standing, bloody the neck. These are bloody, nearly 100 years old. This poor sod's been here for... He sort of reached up and scratches his head. I'm surprised no one's come and got him.
Well, probably don't care.
Well, you know what?
Look, I don't want to stick around here. This place is getting me the creeps. Should we get a move on?
Hey,
Come on, this way.
Can you check if this one's not going to get up and attack us? You know, I've heard about the undead, you know. And, you know, this strikes me as the kind of creepy place where that sort of thing would happen.
Geronimo is going to point a finger, whilst clasping onto his wood carving tool still, towards the head of the skull, and cast Firebolt at its head.
I'm not even going to take a roll. The thing is a skull on the floor. The skull bursts apart in a small spark of flames as the firebolt fires out and strikes it. No skull.
There you go. I ain't getting up anytime soon.
And just to be careful, I think Durgus would take the weapons of the thing, like the very mouldy shield and the sword, and just sort of place them. He'd probably scuttle off and just put them in a corner over here. Oh, no, fuck, I'm going to have to use the measuring tool. The top left one.
Yeah.
Just to give them some time in case he wakes up and starts to do some whacking. Right, you kind of to be cautious in this sort of very sinister, creepy place. Look, and he sort of draws his long sword once more, and holding it in a certain way, prowls on forwards. This is actually spooking me the shit out. Right.
Stepping through into the second chamber, you find a room a lot smaller than the one you were in. The ground has a grate sitting in the center of it, beneath which you can hear and also see the movement of dark water as it seems to shift, as if traveling in. The direction looks roughly, as your character is looking at it, right to left, though as you guys look at the battle board, that would be bottom from top. So there's water underneath the grate moving in that direction. To one side, there is a door that has been clearly knocked out of its frame, sitting on the ground, and it clearly comes from what is directly ahead of you, which appears to be the caved-in section of a tunnel. And then finally, to your left, there are a number of fairly old clay pots, around which there are some basic kind of runic markings, painted out in this kind of dark black lacquer over the red ceramic of the pot itself. The runes are not recognizable as a language that any of you speak.
Damn.
Hey, Smallsy, do you want to just go have a look at these runes? Do you understand any of it?
I can have a quick look. And Baron will make his way up towards the pots with the runes. Also taking a glance down at the water through the gate to see if there is anything kind of like deeper beneath that maybe wasn't seen first glance.
Okay. Give me a perception check first, please.
That is an 8.
Okay. Peering down into the water, it is very, very dark. There is clearly no light underneath the surface, and whatever it looks very, very murky, as if it's full of kind of grit and dirt and things like that, meaning that the light that you carry and the light faintly coming from the glow in the other room really doesn't penetrate the water very deeply at all. You can really only see what's at the surface. Every now and again it's broken up by a few rocks and stones that seem to pass over the top, but other than that the water is pretty much imperceptible. Turning onto the ceramics, what exactly, sorry, were you checking them for?
Probably looking to see if the runes were recognizable by him at all. And if not, like taking a look inside if he can get inside them.
Okay, yeah, of course.
I'm inside.
So the runes themselves aren't. It's a very, very simple script. It looks mostly made up of kind of arrows in different directions with a few lines here and there. Frankly, based on the language, or at least what you assume is a language, this must be something very, very old. It's way, way too simple to be any kind of closer to modern language as you understand them. The pots themselves don't have any lids. They are open-topped, and peering inside, a couple of them don't have anything in. A couple of the others appear to have this rather rancid-smelling sludge, as if something has dissolved inside of there very slowly over time and with the contact of some moisture in the air. One of the pots, however, has something that rattles around on the inside. You can't see it because of the light, and it clearly is too big to just like be pulled out. But as you lift the pot up and move it about, there's clearly something in there. It's that kind of, ship in a bottle thing. It's clearly too large to come out now, but it got in there somehow.
Yeah, and Baron is going to try and smash the pot open.
Absolutely. Yeah, no check necessary. You can break that ceramic quite easily. You're a big, strong boy. And as you do so, within the pot, you find what seems to be a very large tooth. Give me a nature or survival, dealer's choice.
Oh boy. That is
Ooh.
19 on nature.
A 19 on nature. So obviously you didn't spend a huge amount of time around the sea and the ocean, though you did obviously converse and meet up with people from other tribes. And one such tribe was from a group of people that were based far closer to the coast. Whenever they would visit, often you would have conversations of your hunts, your kills, of the trophies you took, and in particular there was one individual who was famed amongst their tribe for being something of a great fisherman. And at the time, their kind of greatest trophy to show off to you was this huge tooth, perhaps the size of your hand, that they claimed to be a shark tooth, of a particular type of shark. You can't remember the name right now, but there was of a specific kind of legendary status amongst the people of the village as being something they should hunt and kill. This tooth bears a striking resemblance to that, so it seems to be some kind of great shark tooth.
Okay, and yeah, with that knowledge, he'll pocket it for now until able to kind of add it to his collection. I don't recognize any of it, but this thing here, and he'd hold the tooth out in his hands towards everyone. At home, we'd meet others who would collect these trophies, very similar to my own, but this was a high symbol of status amongst them, so perhaps people of not necessarily their tribe, but of a similar mindset have been through here.
What, 100 years ago, that sort of time, or?
I couldn't tell you. I wasn't around 100 years ago.
You know, I don't mean to raise alarm, but you've just found some giant sort of fish shark tooth, and we're currently standing over what appears to be a strange, dark, murky pit of water. Someone fancy a swim?
Yeah, why don't we check out that grate? I mean, it looked kind of rusty over that way. Maybe old Smallsy over here is so strong he can probably like break it.
I can give it a go. Do you mean the...
Follow me! He shouts as he runs off.
Fuck's sake. That was like ridiculously fast. Fucking
yeah, Geronimo's like speedy little legs just go...
runs across the whole board. So as you guys return very quickly to the other metal grate, as mentioned, it is this kind of very thick oxidized portcullis set into the stone wall, rusted very, very much shut. As you peer around, the mechanism looks totally jammed at the top of the portcullis, though between the grates, obviously, you can see into a room that seems to mirror the one you were just in. It's kind of quite symmetrical, and also has a tunnel at the far side that appears to have filled up with rocks and things like that.
Yeah, and Baron would kind of look to everyone else. Do you want me to try and break through it?
Yeah, I'll help you. He says that he's sort of, not rudely, but does barge his way in front, trying to get to where Brandon is. As he sort of flexes his hands, ready to, essentially help in lifting or heaving or tearing apart this thing.
Yeah, I think they'd probably just try and break through it, right?
Geronimo is going to try and use a firebolt on some of the like edges to try and like kind of like melt the iron a little bit, so it kind of becomes a bit more pliable and like weaker points. Trying to figure out, basically trying to looking over the door. Actually, can I do a check to look over the doorway to see if there are any weaker points that he might be able to do this on to kind of help them out?
Okay, so you can do an investigation check for me. So you're doing an investigation check for weak points. Sorry, the other two are doing...
Just gonna probably try and break through it.
Just try and lift it, okay. So if you both give me athletics checks, I will check the roll for...
Bad rolls.
8. It's not great.
Ooh, 25 and 21.
25 and 21 are both very good. Okay, so Geronimo, as you kind of get closer at first, you inspect the portcullis gate section and decide that in general there isn't really a weak point. The thing is kind of generally atrophied all over. However, what you will notice is, based on what you've seen with your firebolts before, using it as a way to try and get through solid metal is probably not an effective use of the spell. The spell itself is simply not hot enough for a long enough period of time to have that kind of impact on metal. You would need something that burns far hotter and far longer to be able to create those kind of weak points you were talking about. Yours is compare yours far more to an arrow of fire rather than any kind of real explosive or high intensity damage. Though as you are inspecting it, you watch as Baron and Durgus kind of get closer and begin to flex their muscles almost as they grasp at the bottom of the gate and begin very slowly to try and ratchet it up. The metal creaks and groans intently with the strain as slowly but surely, with this kind of orange rust coming off in the hands and sprinkling down onto the head, almost like a nasty, rusty rain from the mechanism built into the wall itself. The gate, bit at a time, ratchets up, up, up. You get it to the point where roughly you could slide underneath without catching kind of your rucksack or anything on the bottom of the portcullis. And it's at that point you both kind of hit a realization that the mechanism is probably just so gummed up and old that it won't open any further. As you both kind of give it a little bit to see what it does, you find that if you were to let go of it at this point, it would probably drop down again. So currently Baron and Durgus are stuck holding the portcullis up and open with enough space for someone to slide underneath if they so choose.
Geronimo, being the smallest of the bunch, will kind of see the opportunity and go, whoop.
Okay.
Oh, I can't.
No, that's right, because I can.
Oh.
He's gone! He's gone!
He vanishes, except he hasn't vanished. You can see him step through onto the other side, whereupon Geronimo's in the room pretty much as described. It's exactly as you see it there, Geronimo. So hang on, if you give me a second, I'm just going to move the stream for a second so they can see you and the party. However, the one thing that is not there is the small chest, I'm afraid. That is part of the map that just isn't there. But around the space, as I mentioned, there is this kind of detritus of wood, these broken up crates, this evidence of what was perhaps once a storage area, but has since long been abandoned.
Do the wood pieces look strong enough that if I put a couple of them underneath the gateway, it would hold open?
Not even slightly. Even as you pick them up, they have that kind of delicate weakness that comes from any kind of wood that's been exposed to water for a long time. It's very damp. Bits of it break apart in your hand. Given the weight of the portcullis, you reckon even if you took a couple of them and stuck them under the gate, they'd snap very quickly.
Okay. Yeah, so looking around, seeing nothing really of any help. Actually, now that he was here, give it a proper good look over, just to double check there was like nothing. Maybe check some of the boxes to see, if there's anything inside them or anything that's been left behind in this sort of room.
Give me an investigation or a perception, please.
Okay, investigation again. Let's go. Oh, double 15s. That's 19.
A 19. You look around and you find really very little, if nothing, that would be of use to you. Frankly, this stuff all appears to have been here for a while, and in fact, those marks of the dirt and the dust that were disturbed before in the last room, no sign of them anywhere in here. You are the only thing that seems to be disturbing the scum that has built up along the floor.
Oh, okay. Well, after doing his little bit, Geronimo's going to move towards the sort of little doorway again, trying to duck under to join the others.
Okay, I shall return you to the party. There you go.
Okay.
As he gets out, he goes, well, it seemed like a bit of a waste of time. I don't see nothing in there. No other ways forward.
I think Durgus grunts as he slowly lets the thing down, assuming Baron would do the same.
Yeah.
Brandon's going to turn and have a look at the big thing in the middle where the fire is. Maybe it's something to do with that?
As you get closer to it, you would be able to spot the plaque on the front of it that I mentioned before.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck's sake.
Now standing,
Idiots.
now standing that close, you are able to read what is written upon it. In a cursive script, though clearly common, is the following question. You have heard me, but not seen me. I never speak back unless you speak to me. Who am I?
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
I can put it in the chat for you and repeat it, so that way you guys can read it and listen to it again. You have heard me, but not seen me. I never speak back unless you speak to me. Who am I?
Alexa,
That's it.
Unfortunately, Jeff Bezos and Amazon does not exist in my canon world.
You've heard me but not seen me. I never speak back. Oh, I know what it is. It's a bloody echo. It's a bloody echo. Wait, you've heard me, not seen me. I never speak back unless you speak to me. Who am I?
Is this role?
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
this
no,
role-
it's
God,
an
I'm
echo.
good. God, I'm good. Oh my god.
Usually it's Keth that like figures out all our puzzle stuff, but good job, Jensen.
Keth's
Good
dead
job.
though.
That's dead.
Yeah. Okay. Wow.
In our hearts.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh, but she's dead in our hearts.
At least right now. Next
And in my
session, next session she might not be.
So,
I feel like
Douglas,
a
do you wish
cheater.
to shout out in character, echo?
I'm just gonna leave it a bit because I feel like that was meant to take a little bit longer. I feel like I've sort of cheated.
You haven't cheated.
But never know. Durgus, obviously, I'm actually going to run up and reading the plaque. Peers to Brannon, peers to Geronimo, peers to Baron, furrows his brow very intensely, like he's using every single whirring spot and cell he can muster, before finally thrusts his hands up. Well, I didn't know this one.
Oh, you're so clever, Captain. You always figure stuff out.
Hey, and you always flatter me. Hey, it's an echo, I believe.
As you say the word echo, there is a rumbling of stone. The section in the middle, in which the main flame is built upon, begins to rumble and grind as it slowly lowers into the ground. As it does so, the stones behind it begin to move, almost on axes that you can't see, shifting around each other, and pulling themselves away to open up a small doorway leading into a much larger chamber. As that happens, I just need to make sure I can...
Oh, shit. Oh, Shugma.
Ahead of you,
Oh, wow.
the room continues, opening up into what appears to be some kind of great crevasse in the floor, from which there is an ethereal blue glow, though from where you're standing, any more details other than that are difficult to pick out.
Hey guys, you seeing that? It kind of looks like there's some sort of ethereal water up ahead.
Hey, it's glowing. Interesting. Let's go have a peek.
Okay.
Just be careful not to fall in.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, I can swim.
Yeah, but that don't look like no swimming water. It's looks
Step-
like the old.
Definitely wouldn't jump in that.
Stepping into the larger room, it is obviously 4, perhaps 5 times larger than the room you were just in. The chamber was obviously once a single large room. However, the walls to the left and right have long since seemingly collapsed and broken open, allowing this strange running river to come rushing through. The river itself gives off this odd, misty blue glow, far brighter and lighter, almost with a life and energy that the water you saw before did not possess. Sitting like islands in this water, sections of the stone floor that perhaps were once there still remain, though they seem to float with this odd strength and solidity that shouldn't exist, as from what you can see, they don't stand on any kind of pillar close to the ground. They appear to be very much flat platforms held perfectly still above the water. Around the room, there are 4 great green illuminated towers, though they sit quite dark. That would be a mark. These. Each one a similar shade to the water, with a dull crystal built into it. On the opposite side of the room, there is a raised platform, the stairs up to which are illuminated faintly by 4 sconces, with a similar crystal that is illuminated. And at the far side of the room, there is a single stone doorway in which blue runes glow upon its surface. The space is very quiet. it is not even broken by the sound of rushing water. The water ahead of you is clearly moving, but there is no sound from it.
How far down is the water from where they stood?
The drop is not very far at all. Perhaps 5 or so feet to the surface.
Okay. So would it be too far for Baron to try and kind of reach down and run his hand through it?
If you were lying flat on the ground, you might struggle to reach it, yeah. You'd probably need to, like, have the guys lower you down a little bit. Though the platforms ahead of you sit on the surface of the water, so if you were to jump down to one of those, you'd be just above the water.
Yeah, so I think he's going to try and jump across to the platform in front of him. So,
yeah, your strength is well above 10, so that's a long jump distance you can make.
Cool. So can I just like drag it over?
Yep. So,
And,
sorry.
Yeah, once he made it onto that platform, he'd try and kind of just dip his hand in, see if there's any reaction.
Jumping across, you land on the platform, and as mentioned, it holds perfectly still. There is a strength that you feel there, which is disconcerting, given that it has nothing to support this strength. It's strange how it would still be standing. Lowering yourself down onto your haunches, you run your hand through, and as you do so, when your hand enters the water, you don't feel anything. But as you look at your hand, it is almost as if the flesh is pulled away. The visage of your hand under the water is simply of a skeleton. It's of a bony hand. And anything below the surface of the water becomes skeletal. Everything above the water remains fleshed. As you take your hand out, your hand returns completely to normal.
Okay.
What do you see, Baron? And you sure that thing's gonna, stay up?
Doesn't seem to be moving much at all now I'm on it, but just watch this. And he'd dip his hand in the water once again, showing the skeletal hand that would be there once he dipped it in.
Biggest jumps the moment obviously he puts the hand in, it just turns to like a bony thing, obviously assuming the flesh has been melted off. But and of course, the moment he pulls it back and seeing if it was fleshy once more, he stops.
It doesn't hurt or anything like that.
Hey, well, you bloody word there. Still, I'm no, sort of smart brain box type, but I think we need to make our way to that door somehow. Can all of you lot jump? Well,
I can.
I'm a bit of a jumper too. Brannon?
I think I might be able to make it.
And Geronimo?
Would Geronimo would Dr. Giro would Geronimo hazard a guess that he'd be able to make it across?
Essentially, a long jump is your strength score in feet. So what is your strength?
8.
Okay, and in D&D we round down. Yes. So essentially your long jump, you could just about make this, and then you kind of be stuck. Yeah, you probably can't long jump this on your own. All the way across, I mean. There are jumps to different platforms you could make, but all the way across is beyond you.
Okay, let me have a look. Spells. Can I catapult myself?
No.
Why don't one of us go across, tie a rope, and you climb across?
We could do that, but it's a bit perilous over the bridge. I was going to suggest we chuck you.
Yeah, I don't mind being chucked as long as there's 2 of you doing it.
How about I throw you this way and, Baron does the catching? Is there room for 2 of you on that platform?
Does there look like there's room for 2 of us?
On the one you're on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd allow 2 of you at one time on there. If someone were to jump on right now, I'd probably ask for given the space, I'd ask for an acrobatics just to keep balance.
Right, so I'll chuck Geronimo. You catch him, Baron, then you just, lob him that way, and he sort of points towards the main sort of section.
We'll try it if you're happy to, Geronimo.
Yeah, as long as you don't drop me in, okay? Maybe
Yeah.
just
Geronimo's going to get his rope out and tie it around himself and hand it to Durgus. Like, he ties it in a nice little knot, just in case he falls in.
Yeah, I think Durgus would just obviously take it in hand, gripping it quite firmly, sort of bundling it as he goes to actually try and, if able to, pick up Geronimo, sort of by his legs, sort of getting that center of mass up high, before, if possible, aims just try and lob him over towards Baron, essentially.
Baron would be stood there with open arms awaiting his tiny gnome.
I need to check how much Geronimo weighs with all of his stuff.
Please don't say you literally have like an entire workshop with you.
He has a lot with him.
Oh,
Like, his tinkerer's tools are 10 pounds alone.
An entire one.
He has 20 pounds of rations on him.
the fuck? Put them down.
Let's just double check.
They're all just cigars. They're just oatmeal cigars.
Pounds of cigars.
I mean, he has 112 pounds of stuff on him.
I can lift that, mate.
And he is additionally, you're looking at perhaps 60 or so pounds.
200 pounds, isn't it? Something like that?
No, you're probably less than 200 pounds with all your stuff, because gnomes don't weigh a lot. So you're going to be less than 200 pounds. What is your strength score, Durgus?
18.
I'll just check what D&D advises with throwing stuff. Okay. How far are you trying to throw him? You're looking at 5-10 feet.
Yeah.
Give me an athletics check.
Oh boy.
Go on.
Here we go.
Have you got advantage?
Oh no!
Dude, Geronimo's fucking
knows.
dead.
Of all the times to roll nat ones.
Oh
Of
fuck
all
me.
the times.
Why have you killed me?
Oh my god.
That's a quote. So there is a pause as Durgus picks up Geronimo with all his things, and immediately you're kind of shocked by how much Geronimo actually weighs with all of his equipment. Like, you didn't think this little gnome was packing that much, but he is. Take a couple of steps back, you lumber forwards, and as you go to throw him, your foot slips slightly, causing Geronimo to go further up than forwards, as you were expecting. Give me an acrobatics, please, Geronimo.
Acrobatics?
Yes, please. Because that's what travelling through the air would be like this.
Thank fuck.
No. 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 No.
It's so fucking doomed.
Literally a 1 and a 2.
A 1 and a 2.
Oh my god.
It's coming home, boys. Geronimo, you move through the air like a turd. There is no delicacy to you at all. Being thrown like this, you are fully out of your comfort. And as you hurtle towards Baron, he is not in any condition or shape for you to catch. You still do your best. Give me an athletics check.
Come on, dude.
It's a
can't be
3.
3.
It's going to be a 3.
Fucking go.
1, 2, 3, go. Oh, that's not bad. He's
21.
21.
21.
Oh,
Okay.
come on.
Okay. He travels through the air, and he is not moving in a way or a position that you want him to do so. Despite this, you do the best you can, kind of leaning out, using your backpack and stuff to counterweight you, and just throwing your arms around every bit of Geronimo that you can as he kind of goes towards you. The throw, however, is short, and Geronimo has spun in the air in a way that actually makes it more difficult, so that when you grab him, you kind of grab him around the ankles and the shins. The weight of which, and the shape and extension of Geronimo kind of almost straight out, means that the angle of catching him is awful. And as you do so, the weight immediately tips you forwards. You fall down to your knees as Geronimo lowers down and is basically dunked up to his waist, head first, under the water.
No.
As this occurs, Geronimo, everything for you shifts and change, because obviously kind of the direction of everything changes as you're moving through. It's very sickening, it's very confusing. You are grabbed and then dunked. Immediately there is this sensation of being drenched in water. It is that immediate cold, wet sensation all the way up to your waist. You close your mouth, you shut your eyes immediately from the shock to just avoid drowning and things like that. However, there's no sound. The normal rushing that you would expect in your ears when you go underwater, which you have done so before, doesn't happen. Instead, there is this cold, deathly silence. Opening your eyes eventually, it doesn't sting, though as you look around, you find there are things looking back at you. Faces, misty and gloomy, similar to the one that Marleone had, only more incorporeal, skeletal, stare back at you, almost haloing the faint kind of dark outline of Baron above the water, who is holding onto your legs, trying to avoid dropping you in. Looking around, this multitude of people, ghostly forms, stare at you, watch you very, very closely, and open and close their mouths, almost like fish breathing or trying to breathe on land. Looking around, there seems to be no edges to this space. You can't see the land forwards or behind you. You can see no bottom below you. And in fact, as you look around, you realize that your entire body has turned into this strange skeletal shape. You see your tiny little hands. You look down and see your ribs with no organs within. You reach up, and as you touch your face, you can feel, at first, the kind of tough bones of your skull. Though even as you touch it, your hands begin to pass through as if the bones themselves are weakening and changing. What is immediate responses for everyone, please? Just an action, something you're doing.
Try and bring Geronimo out of the water.
Hauling Geronimo out?
I think Durgus would also pull on the rope as quick as he could, almost just trying to say, get him out of the water, yanking that shit up.
Brandon will help as little as that will actually help.
Oh, so you're pulling on the rope?
Yeah, so throwing a rope down for him to grab.
Oh, no, the rope was around him.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't pull on the rope.
No, that's fine. That was what they said they were doing. I know exactly what you're saying. Okay, I need advantage athletics from Durgus, and I need a disadvantage athletics from Baron because of the angle and what's going on the other end.
20.
20 with disadvantage.
For once, can I roll badly? This actual game, there is something out there which is looking out for me. Jensen, today is not your day. Fuck everything you want to win it. Oh my god, man.
So, Baron, you begin to pull on Geronimo, trying to pull him backwards and up as you go. It's difficult because of the angle, but you're making a little bit of ground. However, you suddenly lurch forward as Durgus and Brannon immediately pull on the rope around Geronimo the other way. Just give me an initiative roll, because that's kind of like your reflexes.
Everyone, or
no, just this is more like a check rather than for combat or anything like that.
I can't, because we're not in combat, but I'll roll an acrobatics because it's the same mod.
Oh, sorry, yeah, if it's the same thing, you can roll the same thing. For a 12, I will allow you, for that acrobatics roll, to show some kind of those quick reflexes, to let go of Geronimo before you yourself topple into the water, because very quickly you realise that is going to happen if you keep holding on to him, as Durgus and Brannon just pull.
I'm kind of intrigued to see what's in the water, but
it's up to you.
I don't know whether that's a good idea.
I would not. That's definitely a portal to hell, or like the underworld or some shit. This is literally the river Styx. Yeah, literally. I would personally let you, because I feel if you go in there and we have no way to pull you out, you're dead. Like you're in hell.
I need a decision here, Baron. Are you letting go of Geronimo with your quick reflexes, or are you going to keep holding on to him?
Let go, my son.
I don't want to though. Well, yeah, he'll let go. He'll let go.
Okay. You let go just before you are pulled into the water, falling backwards onto the stone as you watch Geronimo sink completely under the water. As this occurs, Geronimo, you find the spirits begin to move towards you, passing almost through you over and over and over again. And as they do so, you find yourself growing weaker and wearier and more tired with every single passing moment. Suddenly, you break from the surface, and at least what sounds there are return as you are hauled bodily by the rope up onto the stone side from where you had been by Durgus and Brannon. As you collapse on the stone at the side, your body is ice cold. There is a chill running through you, and as you look down at your hands and your arms, which before were bones, were undead, you see that your flesh has returned. However, the greater exposure than Baron just running his hand through of your whole body being submerged and the extended period of time under there, even kind of those few extra seconds, you can visibly see that you have come out more withered and wearied than before, and I am going to require you to take 1 level of exhaustion.
Okay.
And additionally, I'm going to require you to permanently reduce your strength by 1.
Oh, thank God I didn't go in.
Jesus.
I now have a -2 to my strength.
Okay.
For the rest of you, Geronimo's obviously pulled out. Geronimo, you aren't breathing hard. You didn't feel that burning sensation for oxygen while you're on. There didn't seem to be any kind of drowning effect. However, visibly to the others, you are drenched, and you look thinner, look skinnier. You look, as I mentioned, withered, as if you were tired and sucked dry of vitality by the waters.
Oh, I don't feel so good.
Oh shit! What the hell was down there?
Oh, terrible things. There was lots of skeletons, and when my whole body went in, they just collapsed on me. It was awful.
Hey, well, maybe don't be carrying around things which are bloody, double your weight. I mean, look at this, and he just gives him a bit of a jostle at his belt, which I imagine would rattle and sort of whatever, with all the tools and things.
Maybe I just don't go across the water.
Hey, you've got to come with us. I mean, there's got to be another way. Baron, though, you take it everything's all right with you.
Yes, I'm fine.
Ah, good. Well, there's got to be something we could do. And with that, I think he sort of reached down and pulled forwards one of the what was it? Is that the cured hides or something? Not cured, but non-rotted. He sort of throw it towards Geronimo to clear it, like to clean himself with some of the furs, or dry himself. As he moves over towards this thing here, the big old pylon.
Mhm.
To see if it looks like it can be interacted with at all, or if it just seems to be a bit of a fancy light source.
So this thing itself is very tall, about twice the height of you. So that puts it at, I think, about I want to say about 7 foot. I think you're about 3.5. About half of it from the ground upwards, so to about your height, is made up of this dull bronze metal. It's not rusted or anything. It's not that kind of orange of age or anything, but it's very dusty. And it is mostly a very basic utilitarian square design plinth. However, in the middle of it, there is a kind of excavated section, a space in which it's been hollowed out, where you can just make out the bottom of this tall crystal that has been set in the remainder and runs up to the very top with the bronze framework keeping it in place. Whilst there's no buttons or anything that suggest it can be interacted with, there is most definitely what appears to be a handprint that has been inlaid or set at the kind of base of the opening, just underneath where the crystal is.
I think sort of waggling his pudgy fingers, he goes to press his own hand on this print.
As you do so, there is a biting sensation, similar to, say, like a needle prick or something like that, on the top of your hand, be it, depending on which way you put it down, it's either on your palm or the top of your hand. Please take 1 hit point of damage.
I literally can't believe you've done this to me. This is fine.
As your hand is pricked, you watch as a few drops of blood rise up to the bottom of the crystal. They touch it, and then seem to almost soak into the crystal. As this happens, the crystal begins to illuminate and glow. And as this soft light expands, it then sits still and silent.
I don't think that did anything. I mean, apart from give me a bloody hand. He sort of peers back. Can you detect any sort of magical stuff happening? Mostly towards Brannon and or Geronimo.
Geronimo's just on the ground, like recovering in the minute. He just
Gavin, I know you can't hear me right now, but I'm very disappointed that you had to leave at this time of need.
I am here. It's just my internet's being really weird. Sorry. Back in just a minute.
It's fine.
Is there anything you'd like to do whilst Brandon considers your request to investigate?
I think Doe's just gonna fucking put his hand on the other one. Why not? Son of giving away my soul, he gives a rat's ass.
Okay.
Go on over. See if something else happens.
Mate, the amount of nat ones we've had, holy fuck.
I love it.
Dude, I've rolled 3 already this fucking session. So.
It's just one of those sessions. Just so you're putting a hand underneath this one as well?
Yep.
Lo and behold, I'm going to need you to lose another hit point of health as once again, the crystal takes seemingly some of your blood and begins to glow. And just to double check, is the changing in light I'm doing on the map, is that changing for you guys as well?
Yes. This corner was dark before.
Yeah, excellent.
Right, well, they're glowing. He sort of calls out over the chasm. I don't know, I expect some sort of light bridge or something, but I've probably been reading too many stories. Maybe this is the only way.
I think something that might make it a bit easier.
And what'll that be?
Why don't I make him small?
Well, you could have suggested this before.
Well, I didn't think you were actually going to throw him, and then you just did it.
Well, we'll make him smaller then, and we can throw him.
Okay, and I'll cast Reduce on Geronimo.
Okay, so...
And I will click that when I get back into the game, sorry.
That's right. So, Geronimo, you are turned into a tiny creature, half the size you currently are.
1/8 of the weight.
And 1/8 of the weight, so you are much lighter.
Hey, what did you guys do to me?
Oh god, I hate it.
I fucking hate it.
This
I'm
was
so small right now.
This was a decision.
I'm sorry, Geronimo. You're going over.
This was a decision that you took as a party, and you have to suffer the consequences.
I still don't feel so good.
Right, hold on tight. Goes on down.
Why do you sound different?
No, I'm actually from
Because you're so much bigger, so that's the perspective. He's a giant now.
Yeah, it's like Toy Story.
Yeah.
Cam, you're shouting at me. Don't feel so good.
Buckle in, bucko.
Is Geronimo thrown?
Like a fucking
bullet.
bullet.
Reach down, take him in his hands, and just lob him towards Baron.
I shan't require a check for
Cricket
what.
throw.
I shan't require a check for 1/8 of the weight. So, Geronimo, you are thrown. In fact, I'm going to adjust your token size so we can all appreciate tiny Geronimo.
I must be the same size as Tank, actually. Now.
You are now.
Oh, fuck. Tank is now super tiny.
No, you can ride Tank.
No, Tank's the same size.
He's so small.
Oh,
There's
He's only
Geronimo.
80.
I wish we'd come up with this before I got 7 strength now.
It's fine.
Well, you are thrown across by Durgus, caught by Baron, and politely placed down, one assumes.
That's a good catch, Smalsy. I kind of wish we did this before, though.
right. Well, hold on. And Baron would lift up Geronimo and kind of just hold him underneath his arm. Probably his arm just like wrapped around his waist, so his arms and legs can kick out a bit if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
And Baron's going to try and jump over to the other side with Geronimo.
I'm just going to double check your Carry. No, I'm more checking your carry, but I think you're absolutely fine. Oh yeah, you're well within. So even with 1/8 Geronimo, you're not going into the. And you can jump across with baby Geronimo under your arm.
As he's thrown across, he goes,
Whee!
It's so cursed. It's actually so.
You did this to yourself. That's all I'm saying.
yeah.
Right. And with those two done, I think Durgus is himself going to do a bit of a running jump as he tries to land on the thing where Baron was before.
Your strength?
Is 18.
Absolutely fine.
That's it. You heard that? You heard that smack? That was him landing.
Yeah. That was him landing on the stone.
And then you know what? He's going to sort of peer back towards Brandon. Hey, you sure I'll be all right?
Oh, yes, absolutely fine. Don't worry.
All right. And then he similarly hops across, landing on the other side.
Yeah,
assuming that's all right.
That's absolutely fine.
Drummer up towards Smallsy. Baron, and goes there.
Hey, Smallsy, I don't feel so good.
Before going over, Brandon's going to use Mage Hand to bring down an empty ink pot that he's got in his bag and fill it up with the water down there, and then recork it.
Okay. That's absolutely fine.
And then he's just going to Misty Step across.
Across you go. So you all end up on the other side. Now standing at the foot of this platform, illuminated by the 8 glowing... No, 10 if you count the ones in the very corner. Glowing crystals. Which kind of almost seem to usher you up towards this strange door, which sits at the far side of the room.
Geronimo's going to try and break free of Baron's grasp. And,
I think he probably would have put him down, like when they arrived over.
sort of like moving like very as quickly as his teeny tiny feet can carry him towards Brannon. He goes,
Hey, Hexy, can you make me less small now, please?
Definitely. And he drops reduced person.
Okay. You are now a normal-sized Geronimo again, and I shall just turn you back into your proper size.
nice. Oh. Geronimo sort of like grows up again and kind of goes,
Oh, that was a weird feeling. I already feel real spent, but yeah, I don't like being super small. I kind of empathize with cockroaches now.
Well, you're not nearly as annoying, if that's any reassurance, but still. I suggest we make our way to that door over there now. And Geronimo, you don't feel, like you've been touched by death or anything, right?
Yeah, it does feel kind of like I've been touched by death. I won't lie. They moved through me. I feel weaker, like a lot weaker.
So was it like ghosts and stuff?
It was like I was seeing the pathway of the dead, where the souls carried through. It was really disturbing.
Brandon, do you happen to know anything about gateways to the spirit realm?
Not especially. And he's actually going to hold up the vial of water he's got and have a look at it. Does it seem different? Does it smell different? Or does it seem like it's more what's down there other than the water?
It certainly doesn't smell different. And as you check out the kind of inkwell of it, it doesn't seem to hold any of the power that it once did. There's no mist coming off of it. The colour has returned to a kind of dark dinginess. It seems that whatever power was within this water is more localized to the area rather than to the water itself.
Okay. I'm not sure, but it's definitely not the water. I wouldn't advise drinking this, but I don't think it's going to do what it did to you. It's definitely something to do with what's down there.
Right, well, I guess we need to find what exactly is down there. And now, I'm rather curious as to where exactly this thing is going. He tried to make his way up towards the stairs. I'm trying to make his way towards the door.
Yeah, of course you can.
To see if, just walking up to it, he could just push the bloody thing open.
So as you get close to it, you can't immediately just push the bloody thing open. As you approach, you see the lines on the door begin to shift and move, not because the stonework itself is changing, but because there is this myriad, this maze of lines all over the door, and only select ones are being illuminated at any one time to create the pictograms and images that you see before you. It is mainly this strange runic kind of symbols that flash very gently now and again, most of them seemingly to depict what looks like ships sailing around perhaps a tornado or a storm. It's difficult to tell. However, as you approach it directly, the images cease, and instead a single ghoulish skull shows up in the lights. It stays for a little bit longer than the images of the ships in the storm did, before all of you hear out loud, though seemingly from the source nobody knows, a voice. You are not carriers of the storm.
This is literally, God, what are they called from Skyrim? Oh shit, I'm losing my mind.
Joggers. Or...
No.
You mean like the
assassin
dragon?
people. The assassin people. They got the speaking door.
The
big
Dark
skull on it.
Brotherhood.
Dark
You mean
Brotherhood.
from the
Yeah, there we
Elder
go.
Scrolls, not from Skyrim? Jeez,
Oh, dude, I'm a nerd. Get out of here. He says, playing
outta here.
D&D.
Baby
Oh.
Geronimo says, "Get out of here."
You enjoyed being small far too much.
I did, yeah.
And obviously hearing this rasping undead voice boom into all their ears, Fergus quite angrily puts his hands on his hips. Hey, well, what takes of that? I can be quite stormy if I want to.
The mark of the storm is not on you.
If I activate those two other pillars, will it be?
The pillars are not part of the storm.
Hey, Smalzy, have you got the storm stuff on you?
Not that I know of, but I can try and see what it says. Bound would go to approach the door as well.
As you do, the voice changes slightly, just a little bit of a tack change there. Not the mark of the storm, but a listener. You are greeted, listener, by one of a kind.
So, I don't have the mark, but I'm still allowed in.
There is no inn beyond the gate, only under and down. The ones that came before already took what was in.
I think he just said we're a bit too late. Did some sort of cultist, Ulcraw worshipping fellas come up first?
As you say the word Ulcraw, the lights around you glow a little more brightly before dimming for a second. Do not speak the name you do not understand.
Yeah, if you let us in, I'll not say it.
You wish enter.
Well, we don't really understand what's beyond the doors just yet. You know that sort of lake before this part? Well, one of our friends went in there and he said it's sort of like some, gate to the spirit realm or something. It's the same thing behind this door.
The contents of the door is now lost and gone released to those that came before. If you wish to learn further, you must prove your worth.
And, how exactly do we do that?
Utter the first catechism.
Did you say mark of the first cataclysm? I didn't. that was a bit too raspy for me.
Utter the first catechism.
Utter the first cataclysm.
Catechism, not clism.
Oh, I don't know what that word is. Give me a second.
Oh wait, I don't think it has that first H.
I'm making up words.
I'm not making them up. I know it's a word. Just my spelling's not very good.
Catechism?
Catechism, yes.
That's not a word, Alex.
Catechism.
Catechism absolutely is. It will probably give you lots of very Christian things.
Is
Catechism.
a summary or exposure of doctrine and serves a learning introduction to the sacraments.
As I
Comes
said,
from the
very Christian.
the Greek katekeo.
Oh, look at that.
My name's Jake and I did a useless degree.
Oh, I'm Jensen. I do history of art.
I actually do fine art. It's even worse.
Same shit. Same shit.
Well, there's speaking of what is asleep. Is it something like that?
There's silence in response to you.
I guess not.
Brandon, do you know what the catechism is?
Yes, it's like the end of the world.
Oh, so a bit like a rapture. What was the first end of the world?
What do you mean the first?
Well, that's what he's asking.
I think he said catechism, which is not a cataclysm.
Well, he's meant to be the wordy one. How come you know this?
Because gnomes ain't stupid.
I think that's the sassiest Geronimo's ever been in this entire session. I know, stupid.
It is, I love it.
I genuinely didn't know what catechism meant, so I just googled it. Can Brandon know that?
No.
Okay.
No,
It's
nope.
no. You can't. You have to be dumb now. No. You can go off. You misheard. You can know what catechism means, though. Obviously, it doesn't have the Christian implications that it does IRL. Think of it. Make it more religiously agnostic, and you're pretty much there.
Okay, so it's basically, if I'm understanding this right, laws.
Yeah, kind of. It's laws or introductions to religious doctrine.
Okay. The first one. Brandon kind of just scratches his head and goes, I have no idea what the first would be. Maybe don't kill people? I don't know.
You know, your sort of history, old ruin stuff. This is surely up your alley. Don't you have a book or something to talk about this?
He'll take a closer look at the door and maybe the pillars as well. And can he use his historical knowledge to figure out who the fuck made this?
Oh. Sure, you can give me a history check.
18.
An 18 is okay. An 18 is okay. Looking around at the architecture and at some of the iconography, and especially into the design that went into the sconces that hold the glowing crystals and those that aren't glowing, you come to the conclusion that the construction that has gone into this location is very, very similar to the construction that went into the location under Badgerton. That would be the same group of people as the Yuan-ti.
He kind of has snake people. He kind of furrows his brow and looks a bit closer and goes, "Oh, well, I don't know much about Yuan-ti. I don't know what they would consider their most important laws, but..."
Fuck. Give me a second. I wrote this down somewhere because they definitely talked about something. Because we had that like 3-headed snake statue which went a bit crazy and kooky.
Yeah.
If that was within a month, Geronimo
Wait.
would remember it.
By any chance was that that statue that we had the small column from the Yuan-ti dungeon that I still have with me?
No, I don't think so. I think the statue was destroyed because it tried to... I can't remember who it was exactly, but it tried to tempt one of you, and so someone... I think Geronimo shot the statue. The column itself was a different piece of random stonework that you just took.
Okay, and
I've got it. I've got it written down. Anak Nuam will bring about doomsday using the Ark. That's something which a metal plate said in that sort of strange old tree goblin hideout thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume if I made notes of it, Durgus will remember, because this thing like tried to fuck with him. And sort of putting on his best sort of raspy voice, goes, Anak Duam will bring about doomsday using the Ark.
There is a few more moments of silence, followed by the rasping voice.
These are not the catechisms. You must be tested in other ways.
And as it says this, there is a strange cracking sound of stone breaking from behind you. Turning around, you spot ethereal giant skeletal hands reaching up to the ledge of the running water. For a moment they hold still, and then with a great silent heave, a huge shambling beast pulls itself up and lands on the stone. At first simply a skeleton, but hunched and almost rat-like or dog-like. Eventually, its skin and its flesh begins to peel back onto the body.
What the shit is that?
Revealing this awful, disfigured, monstrous creature with strange, pustuled tentacles rippling out from under shaggy, fetid fur, and plated in certain areas by large metal armor, spiked viciously. As the creature roars, we are going to end the session there.
Oh, fuck me. And I've got exhaustion too.
Yo.
Yeah. Yeah, hell of a session. So we will go through our kind of end of session stuff now, very briefly, and we will start with bonds, which obviously you guys have got. I think I haven't updated them in a while because I've been busy doing other things IRL, super important things. Does anyone feel they've solved any of their bonds? Those of you who haven't updated them for, obviously check back in the messages you've sent me. You very probably have sent me new ones, and I just...
Not.
No, I haven't done anything with my bonds yet.
No, I don't think I have either.
That's absolutely fine. Okay, so no bonds sorted. Perfect. We will jump back then in with this session next week, kicking off exactly here where we've left off. We shall assume Natara was a silent witness to pretty much everything, since I believe and hope that Keth will be with us next week, so obviously that should be good. So Natara can just kind of jump back in. Additionally, for everyone else, and we will obviously put reminders out for this, but we are going to start doing our extra streams to try and get ourselves up to affiliate, because basically we have all of the conditions met except for the number of streams in 30 days. So we have put together a little plan of what we intend to do, and we will obviously be updating people weekly on when we do it. But basically we're going to be running streams, a couple of extra streams on Mondays and Sundays, alternating, to allow for some of the players having other things going on in their lives outside of helping us. And so next week we will also be running a stream on Monday in which we will be playing Skull Wizards of the Chaos Caverns, which for the uninitiated is basically a very short kind of more arcadey dungeon crawl style D&D thing, except it's entirely based on improv and it's encouraged that people get drunk. So our plan is to basically get pissed, play this kind of D&D light game and have a bit of fun. That should be our extra stream. We also intend to play, I think, some Sea of Thieves and some Divinity, where we'll do a little bit of roleplay in there as well. And then we might do an extra stream once a month or so, perhaps carrying on with those games, again, in these kind of stupid characters and stuff, because it's what we like to do. So, yeah, please do turn up on Monday. We'll obviously advertise and put about that as well. And join us as we basically just hit affiliate. We tick all the boxes we need to. But other than that, I'm pretty sure there are no other kind of announcements other than just obviously the links for YouTube and the Discord are below. So you can click on them, join the community. And I think we need to find a little something for us to go and raid, because obviously we would like to do that. So players who can and will, please do go look at the Dungeons and Dragons category right now. See if there's anything that's interesting out there. Obviously, we're looking for anything that's tickling the old pickle.
Dungeons and dating sims.
Well, where am I? Where is this?
Spaceships and squids. I don't know. Let's have a look. It looks like they just started.
Oh yeah, Spaceships and Squids, episode 3, Dungeons and Dating Sims.
No, maybe not. Doesn't look like they've started really.
No, it says welcome aboard. Dungeons and Violet Velvet. Let's see what else we got. Rapinith. No, that's not a language. 18 plus. They've still got. They're on like a break or something though. I can see the timer. Another story of Area.
Should we go up to 1?
We can go up.
See if we...
Absolutely, we can go up. What have we got up and above?
What about this D&D 5e Minor Illusion episode 42? Sir Lima. Oh no, did we try that before?
I couldn't find. No, I couldn't see them last time. I can see them this time.
Should we do Sir Lima Beans?
We could do that. There's also Mystic Tavern, who I think we've been to before.
Yeah, we went to them last time.
Yeah.
Were they last time? Okay. What else have we got? We've got As Above, Deep Below, session 84.
So you see this surreal Katie?
Yeah.
And Jensen will recognise. This is someone from Argent Dawn.
Oh,
Vaxir.
really?
Yeah. Does anyone remember Vaxir if they played on Argent Dawn?
Imagine
maybe in your like boomer times.
Yeah, I think it might be a boomer one. But
imagine referencing the World of Warcraft roleplay. But no, we can do that.
Let's do surreal Katie.
Let's do that one. Come on then, because they're on like a session 84 anyway. So
yeah.
That would be pretty good because we like our longer campaigns. So I think that's where we'll go jump to. So /raid. Again, you're gonna have to hear my cringy typing.
Oh, cringe type.
Make sure I get... Yeah, man, how fucking dare I? Using my fingers for typing and stuff. Okay, so Road Surreal Crate. Check out I spelt that correctly. That should be it there. So please do hop on in. Spread some love, share some good feelings, give them a follow if they sound alright, and we shall hope to see you next time on Pact to the Gym and for our extra stream. So, ta-ta for now.
Ta-ta for now.